Thank you, everybody. I will call the March 10th, 2026 Select Board meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so I will go over the agenda for this evening. The first item at 7:05 is for public comment for any items not included on the agenda. What that means is if you want to speak for anything, you can at any point, but if you speak on a topic, hypothetically RCTV, if we had an agenda item that dealt with RCTV, you wouldn't be allowed to speak the second time on that topic. 7:25, manager report. 7:30, community spotlights. 7:35 is discuss and vote to approve the first amendment to the Burbank Ice Arena lease agreement and master license agreement for the Burbank Ice Arena and Reading Center for Active Living parking lots. Drafts of both agreements and the original lease available in the board packet and from the Select Board's office. 8:05, vote to close the warrant for the annual town election and town meeting. 9:05, discuss 2026 Select Board retreat date. 9:20, discuss and vote on letter regarding legislative audit. 9:35, discuss and vote on volunteer board and committee appointments. 9:45, discuss and vote to authorize acting town manager to execute certain contracts relating to the High Street construction project and the Reading Center for Active Living project, including contracts valued in excess of $500,000. 9:50, discuss and vote to amend the acting town manager's contract. 9:55, town manager search process, discussing potential votes regarding the town manager search. Hiring process, including an update on conversations with Jane Wellman regarding interest in the position of town manager, as well as discussion and potential votes on next steps in the search process, which may include scheduling an interview with Ms. Wellman, creating a town manager screening committee, and or engaging a consultant to assist with the hiring process. 10:15, liaison reports. 10:20, future agendas. 10:25, approving 2 sets of meeting minutes. So after all that, public comment. Anybody in the room that would like to speak? Marilyn, yours. 2 minutes, name and address.
Haven't been here. Okay.
And just make sure that's green when you're up there too.
The button's right in front of you on the base. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank all of you. I just want to really say that. And
name and address, Marilyn.
I really mean it. Marilyn Shapley, 11 John Carver Road. Member of the Council on Aging, but here on my own behalf tonight. I'm speaking tonight to draw your attention to really important proposals that are before the Permanent Building Committee. First, at last week's PBC meeting, Ron Powell, our liaison to the PBC, requested that the PBC reconsider a proposal to include an automated retractable divider in the 1,000-square-foot program room. This would be very similar to the divider that's in the library's comparably sized community room and would have comparable benefits. It's a good thing. Many of the programs that Reading offers to its 60-plus population, A, do not require 1,000 square feet, and B, are actually better suited to smaller rooms. Shine, Book Club, more than 5 support groups, intergenerational programs, on and on and on and on. With the divider, we could double the number of programs offered in that space and eliminate the situation in which 500 square feet of the room are being wasted when it's a small group activity, which is a lot. Because the recal bids came in under budget, there is money budgeted that could cover the expense, and we say that respectively. We know there are a lot of expenses, but this one really is really valuable. Research indicates that there are options to the very bulky and obstructive divider that was first proposed, and the increased flexibility to choose between using 2 rooms versus 1 would benefit the entire community, all ages. Please give this request serious consideration is all I'm asking. It's kind of stalled at the moment pending hearing something from the town. Secondly, the PBC commissioned an independent review of the Recal design's compliance with ADA standards. Did you all receive a copy? No. Jane, could we get someone to get copies to them all?
Yeah, if we can,
Okay,
the 2 minutes is up, Marilyn, but we'll make sure we get a copy.
all right.
Thank you.
The kitchen, I'll send you an email.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Yep, go ahead. You just have to give your name. That's it.
Arthur Pereira.
Well, when you speak up there, Arthur, thank you.
Or let's see. Can I like move the microphone? Or good evening. Or you know what? Yeah. Good evening. My name is Arthur Pereira. I am 13 years old and I am currently in the 7th grade at Coolidge Middle School. When I was younger, I started talking and forming sentences later than other kids. I only began speaking when I was like 6 years old. While other children my age were playing sports and going to the playground, I was going to therapy. It was not always easy, but my parents and siblings always supported me. I started at college last year, and something very special happened. For the first time, I was able to participate in activities at school with my classmates. I started playing bocce, then I went to the gym, and later I joined basketball. Being part of a team is amazing. I can make friends, exercise, and learn new things. Because of Unified, I am part of a team, and today I can proudly say I belong to a team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and an additional thing I would like to add, I also did do sports when I was like 6 years old because of karate and stuff.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Carl? 2 minutes, name and address.
Carl McFadden, 33 Wakefield Street. I'm speaking as a resident, not as a board member of Burbank Arena. I've gotten to the point where enough's enough. And what I mean by that is leadership is very important. Leadership says, hey, I was wrong. And I've been accused of being an extortionist, a blackmailer, which is comical. There are members on the select board who had been flat out lying let me retract that. I'm not going to say lying in terms of they've been proven wrong and they haven't shown the leadership to say I was wrong. We outlined that the roof was going to cost us $250,000. This Howard said it was going to cost $1 million because that's the equivalent of Parker. It actually came in below our bid. Was that said, oh, we're wrong? No. We said it was a waste of time we looked at doing solar panels on the rink, wasting everybody's time. It came back, didn't make sense. Unfortunately, when leaders make comments and don't clarify it, it becomes our staff at the Burbank Rink have had a hostile work environment. People come in and say, you're doing this, you're doing that, and enough's enough. You've got to be held accountable for your actions. We've been repeatedly spoken to about the lease payment. The lease specifies exactly that we got to have the rainy day fund fully funded before we can turn it back to the town. Ms. Herrick has repeatedly stated, well, we haven't made a lease payment. It's there. And the other thing that when they talk about money, I looked at a police officer here for detail for a public meeting. How much is that costing us? Everything adds up. I looked today, I was shocked when I looked at the RMLD. You guys did a revised agreement with RMLD. They've gone from $103 to $112 million. They found the ATM on Ash Street, and the payment coming to the town is the same.
Thank you, Carl.
And it's costing the town $600,000 a year.
Anybody else? Anybody on Zoom, Maddie? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you, Jake. Just your name, that's it. Thank you, Jake.
Hi, my name is Jake and I'm 16 years old. I go to RMHS and I'm here to tell you how much Unified means to me. I like being able to play after school. It gives me something to do. Most days I go home and just play video games and hang around my dog. Unified helps me make friends. Everyone knows my name. As a unified kid, I love playing and being on the team. It's the only organized team sport I get to play. Unified is one of my favorite things in high school, and I hope you will come to watch us play. Thank you.
Anybody else in the room? Anyone online? Maddie, right? Maddie's online.
I don't see any hands raised.
I'll just give it a moment, and we will move on. All right, so we will move on to our next agenda item, which is town manager report. Jane, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, so I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. Some great news. We were notified recently from Congressman Seth Moulton's office that the town will be the recipient of a $250,000 earmark for the lower downtown streetscape enhancement project. That's the High Street contract that will be coming up later in the meeting. We are grateful to Congressman Moulton's office. As you may have seen announced, Reading is a partner in a regional microtransit service, including Woburn, Burlington, and Wakefield. Woburn received a $1 million grant from the state, from Mass DOT, to fund this pilot program. And we are very excited about working with our neighboring communities to help provide microtransit services. We'll have more to offer at a later date. This just came through this week or late last week. And so Andrew's still working out the details, but it looks like we'll have a van and 2 sedans that we'll be able to deploy for microtransit purposes in town, which will be really interesting to see how that rolls out. So that's great news. Eastern Gateway, as CPDC continues to discuss Eastern Gateway, our Community Development Director, Andrew, would like to take some time to fully brief each of you. We'll be reaching out to you later to schedule those meetings so that the board is fully briefed, and we can do a briefing here if you would prefer to use meeting time. So whatever you prefer, we'll just reach out to you. Okay. Matera Cabin. So I just want to thank the board for their support for Matera Cabin, our last meeting. We were able to work with the Permanent Building Committee, which approved $15,000 of their annual $50,000 budget to fund the study. Part of the scope of that study will be to develop a budget for the repairs that need to be done to the building to bring it up to code. We are not recommending a specific amount of money to be allocated for improvements for this summer, which was a conversation that the board we talked about last time, because we don't want to find out that it's not enough. So maybe the building needs $200,000 worth of work, and we allocate $50,000, and the appetite isn't there to do $200,000 worth of work. So we want to bring that back with a full understanding of what the project would be. We think that's probably a more responsible use. But all of the volunteer boards have access to get their tools out to work on the community garden this summer. The applications are available, and so all the volunteers can still get their things out and use the community garden and all of that over there in the pavilion. Okay. We want to say congratulations to the town clerk's office. Today, they finalized their printing and preparing for mailing the town charter, which will be a ballot question coming up in the April election. They had help from 22 volunteers in the community, and town staff from every department and division helped with envelope stuffing, an hour here, an hour there. I did an hour this morning between 9 and 10, and labeling and everything out. So that was many hands make light work sort of thing, but the town clerk's office really did yeoman's work too, and that saved the town over $10,000 doing that work in-house. And if folks haven't already, we ask that they complete the Pleasant Street Center survey. It's available on our website or on paper at Town Hall, at the library, and at the Pleasant Street Center. We will be bringing the results of that survey and our road show that Katie and I did to the next select board meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Karen?
Yeah, on how long it will take to do the study for Matera?
So that's a great question. I'm really glad you asked that question. So we think it'll take about 6 to 8 weeks once it starts, which should be pretty soon. If we had waited to the town meeting, we would have gotten the results of that study very close to the time we would have had to close town meeting, close the warrant for November. So this gives us actually more runway to say, okay, here's the results, and now what do we want to do? So we'll bring the results of that work back to this board, and you can take a look at it and see what you have an appetite for and what you'd like to bring forward in November for our subsequent town meeting. So we think it gives us a little more runway.
A budget for the permanent building committee, can they only use it on studies and master plans and things like that? Or could, if it comes back that it doesn't need that much work, like could they allocate the rest of their $50,000 budget this year?
Procedurally, I think so, but that would be a decision of the permanent building committee for sure. Yeah, they have that $50,000 annually, and that's usually something that's expended in conjunction with the facilities department. So,
No, thank you.
okay, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, community spotlight, Jane.
So first, I'd like to congratulate Jake Chavez and his family for the grand opening of Virginia's Cafe and Market on Saturday. It was great. That's in the former Pomplamoose site on Haven Street. It was fantastic to see lines out the door, lines down the street, and to have so much support in the community for a new business. I got to be the first customer, so I thought that was cool for me. And it was a perfect antecedent to spring to celebrate this new business. And then secondly, there he is. I'm going to ask Chief Nelson to come up really briefly, but I want to highlight our fire department and their rollout yesterday of the new Zoll Xenix monitored defibrillators. Reading is the first in New England to have these and the fourth in the nation to deploy these state-of-the-art monitors. So take it away, Chief.
I just have a couple points. I know that we're tight tonight, but I thought it'd be really quick to start. There's a quick history of medical services in Reading. Do you know who used to run it prior to 1970? Please. So back in the day, it was an old Cadillac ambulance. They would just pile in and just drive. There was no actual treatment of the people in the ambulance. So interesting, back in October 1970, the firefighters started to request to take over the ambulance. It was September 29th of 1971 that Reading took over, the Reading Fire Department took over the ambulance. We were one of the first in the area. Okay, they were so early the word EMT didn't exist. They took a class at the Winchester Hospital with some emergency doctors. 2003, November of 2003, we upgraded to our ALS ambulance service. That's when we went online. Our transporting ambulance became ALS. In June of 2008, we had our first Class 5 ambulance. So that's all the engines with all the ALS equipment on it. And finally, yesterday, March of 2026, we rolled out these new monitors. The company is Zoll. Some of the whys this is so great. So first of all, this is really new technology. We got in early on this technology, and that allowed us very good pricing, which saved overall budget in the long run, which is always great news, especially nowadays. And then also, it's got some really cool features. It has real-time feedback for compressions, and when you're giving ventilations, it's really important that be accurate so the patient has the greatest chance of survivability. It has this thing called see-through CPR, so as you're doing CPR, it can still read the heart. With older monitors, you had to stop CPR so they could see what the heart rhythm was. So now we can be doing two things at once. The pads themselves actually measure the patient's size and give the appropriate amount of electrical shock, not just a number, which again is better for the treatment. For medical legal stuff, it allows for better data capture so that our paperwork and documentation is better. So, that helps as far as legal stuff. And the actual algorithm that analyzes the heart rhythm is the newest, it's the most modern, so it's the most accurate, which lets my providers give the best care, make the best diagnosis possible. So this is a really big step forward for us. It's an exciting project. And then just to wrap up here, first of all, I have to thank my team. This was spearheaded by Assistant Chief Keogh, Lieutenant Loftus, our coordinator for the EMS system, but really, there was a lot of people involved. They all helped. There was a lot of opinions and a lot of work into the project. And then lastly, I'd like to thank this board, county meeting members, and the residents of Reading that supported this project. This is going to raise the level of care another notch beyond what we already have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Sorry.
How many do we have?
Five. So the two engines and the ladder truck each have one, and the ambulance carries two. That way we could treat two patients at the same time if we had to do that. So 5 in the community.
And
everybody in the fire department will be trained on this? Or just
So in 2 weeks, everybody in the fire department except for me and one other person are paramedics. So I am not able to use it. That other person is not. But everybody else in the fire department is trained currently and will be able to use it.
that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Was that it, Jane?
That was it, sir. Thank you.
All right, so moving on, 735, page 7 in the packet, discuss and vote to approve the First Amendment to the Burbank Ice Arena lease agreement and master license agreement for Burbank Ice Arena and Reading Center for Active Living parking lots. The drafts are in the packet, and then Maddie is going to bring some up right now. And this amendment is semi-inextricably intertwined to the warrant article as well, per se, so just be cognizant for any public comment on this one that pertains to the next one as well. So did you want to go over some changes?
Sure. So this is the first one is the amendment to lease agreement. We're looking for the board to approve this, and each member will sign it if approved. And then we're looking for the board to direct me to sign the master license agreement. So we can go through the lease briefly. First, it talks about how the rent is calculated. The important thing here to look at is that the contingency reserve has been raised to $500,000. And that is to address, to recognize the higher cost of replacing of materials and capital costs due to inflation. So that's it. Oh, and before I get started, I want to let everybody know that we have been notified by council that the Burbank Arena Authority, that the board members are prepared to agree this agreement is acceptable to them. So any changes we make, we have to bring back to their board, but as it is, they're prepared to sign it once this board signs it. Okay. So that's the rent. Moving to section 16, amend section 16, town's access. 16.1, they have a gate at the back of their parking lot. They want to keep that gate there for the ability to close it, but there'll be a pedestrian access that will be constructed there by the town as part of our project that will remain open. So there won't be a gate across that. And they feel they need that for security purposes. And so we've discussed that with project leaders and the town engineer, and they're accepted. That's acceptable. Okay. We have all the parking information here. And this is to allow, so we discussed that we're putting up football courts in adjacent to the Center for Active Living, and that there is non-exclusive use of the 28 spots in the rear parking lot that will be available for users of the pickleball courts to access. Okay.
Newly created 28 spots, is that?
Well, there are spots that it's already space that exists in the back of their parking lots, so it's for us to use. It's non-exclusive use, so the arena authority, if they're having a big game or whatever, people don't usually park there, but we're not excluding them from that when they have their big events. Okay. There's some detail in here about how it will be improved. The town, as part of our project, is going to put in a paved handicap spot. Where from the original drawings, we moved it to another place, through conversations between Burbank and the town to make that at the best location for both projects and not be right on top of where they're doing access to the rear of their building. So that's great. We're happy with that. We released them from liability if our people using pickleball are walking over there. That was the first part. Let's see. Any amendment relative, it needs to go with who we're sending it to. And then if there's signage, the tenant, that's Burbank, may replace the existing signage. We're also offering to do some signage as part of the project for the whole campus. And so we will work that out with them. And that is the lease. And there's a site plan that's there, most of you have seen. And then the original lease is here as well for reference purposes, with the amendments inserted, so you can see how that works. And let's see, and then there's the master license agreement. So the reason we have a license agreement is so that the arena authority can use the parking at Recal. When we don't want to have, we're not leasing our property out to the arena authority to use, because under Massachusetts state law, we would have to take that to town meeting and it complicates the process. So we're using a license agreement. A license agreement can be terminated by either party with, notice, with minimum notice. That's just state law. We don't intend to do that. But this talks about, again, the town having non-exclusive use of 28 parking spots on the rear lot and overflow parking from Recal to the rear lot of the arena authority. We understand that they don't want the front lot being used. That's their primary lot for their customers to use, and so it wouldn't be fair to crowd out their regular customers with Recal overflow for certain events. And then they have the right to come and use the Recal lot for certain overflow events that they might need, and all of these are coordinated in advance with staff. That is kind of the crux of it without getting into the minutia.
Thank you, Jane. Board members, any questions? Melissa.
I just have one quick question. 16.3 is the, we just talked about, we're gonna add the handicap spot.
Yes.
That's like in the back where that gate is, just for the pickleball courts, correct?
Correct, yeah, it's in the pickleball area. It will be paved because it needs to be paved for access. Yes.
And it will just be for pickleball.
It'll be in that 28 spot area, exactly. And it'll be it'll be adjacent to the pathway we would in the crosswalk across Range Road.
Yep, that's the only question I had.
Okay.
Carla?
Yes, thanks. Just curious where the $500,000 came from?
It's my understanding that that was Burbank being responsive to previous requests from the select board.
All right. For me,
during conversations that were, happened over the past.
Yeah, my recollection was that we talked about the 300,000 has been at that threshold for a long time, and inflation and cost, but until this packet came out, that was the first time I saw 500. So I think it's really excessive because we only get lease payments,
correct,
over and above that. So I'd like to do an amendment to that, but I'll let other board members discuss.
And just to clarify, Jane, when you mention conversations, you mean at the select meeting,
yes,
not in any other conversations that people have alluded to that have magically not happened.
No. Public conversations here at these meetings.
Okay,
that's my understanding.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anybody else? Karen?
So on that, so let's say they're at 300 right now.
Yeah.
So they would technically not be responsible for paying any rent until they get to 500.
If with this change, they would have to restore their reserve fund to $500,000, and then they could, because of the formula that which they pay rent, they are required to fill that reserve first before, and then after that, rent payments can be made because they're entirely responsible for the upkeep of their building.
Right. And then let's say they get to 500, and then next year you're going to have to replace windows or something, or a room. I guess it's tying into, well, let me take a step back. So once they reach that level and they don't spend any money for 2 years, because not that they don't need any money, that's when the rent to us becomes available.
That's because there would be none of that flow would go into there. Yep.
So I guess I just have nitpicky little comments or questions or clarifications. The sentences in the rent paragraph 3, the third section, which says income then remaining shall be remitted to the town as rent and conditioned upon approval by town meeting if such approval is legally required. Is it not required now?
No, then it would go to the Unified Sports Stabilization Fund. That's what that's saying. So no, they pay their payments now. What this is saying is if it's approved by town meeting, Article 14.
Yes.
Okay, and we establish this fund, which we've changed the wording in Article 14 to adaptive sports for recreation, and for schools.
Right.
If that is approved at town meeting, so we have this fund, now the language is kept into the lease that they would have to disperse, the first, 25% or up to 50% would then be designated into that fund. So now the town meeting action is tied to the lease.
Okay.
So that ensures that money would go in that direction. And if it's not approved, then the town is held harmless.
Which page were you on, Karen? I'm trying to just
I'm on
follow along.
Page 1 of the first amendment to the lease
Okay.
agreement.
All right.
There's 7 of the
Section,
packet.
paragraph 3.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I just said I was interested. Yep. I guess I just need to dumb it down a little bit.
Okay.
And I think it's on a lot of people's minds as far as how it proceeds. So let's say they have no rent 1 year. Let's say they're at 450,000 in the profit that they're refurbishing their account to bring it up to 500. So there's nothing that goes anywhere at that point.
Right, their money goes back into their fund.
Okay, so I guess I'm jumping all over the place because 14 and this are combined, and I'm trying to talk about
I hear you.
separately.
It's okay.
Which has become very hard. It made sense to me earlier today when I was writing my notes. I guess I'm going to wait till we get to 14. I think that might.
Is the question about Article 14 or is the question about?
So that's what I'm not even sure if it's about 14 or if it's about
Okay.
this. So it's not, I think what's confusing in 14 is that this just talks about one stabilization fund and then we've got 2 in 14.
Yeah.
I actually asked Ivrea that, and I forgot when I spoke earlier that we need to amend that to match the Article 14. So instead of saying the town shall create a unified sports stabilization fund, it's going to match the wording for Article 14.
We've already.
Okay.
And I apologize. I told Ivrea I'd say that here.
Okay.
And so it will say adaptive sports programming through rec department. I think adaptive sports program through the school. I may not be exact on that wording,
No.
but it should match.
Okay.
It does.
I guess that's where I was confused.
Yeah, so the packet that went out, I'm looking at the 3.5 packet. It's adaptive and therapeutic programs through recreation and adaptive programs through the school department. And adaptive programs in the school department includes the unified sports program. That's the only adaptive program that's available to the school department right now. But we, based on community feedback and board feedback and public comment, I asked council to change the language of Article 14 to create 2 stabilization funds for equal apportionment. All right, so 25% in one, 20% in the other, not more than 50%. And that language, there is a version of the lease that includes that language.
Okay, so
that came by yesterday, and I believe the council emailed the board.
Okay,
with all that information.
My other question is, let's say we get somebody incredibly wealthy who leaves us a ton of money, and I've talked to a lot of people about making unified sports bigger here, and I think we can probably do that through Reading Rec. The rec department kind of making it all encompassing. So until we get to that point, which may never come, but it might, are we able to remove that from this at that time if we're fully funding unified sports in another way? So
in the future, if we were to fully fund adaptive programs in both organizations and we were just entirely flush.
A ton of money.
Imagine that. I love that for us. Then we would have to go back to town meeting and just
redo this.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Carl, did you have a clarification?
Yeah.
Just stop.
Thanks, Carl.
Back again, Carl McFadden now as the Burbank board member. Carl, right now, that original lease, the 300,000 was X amount of years ago. It goes up tied into the CPI index, which is typically 2.5%. The actual rainy day fund is like 417. It's like 416,092 roughly. So it keeps going up. When the original discussion started with the previous town manager, I had proposed tearing it up because we want the money to get back to you guys as quick as possible in terms of next year it goes to 425, whatever. And then the following year it goes up to 440 instead of jumping all the way to 500,000. And his response was, I think it's just cleaner if we say $500,000. Typically, if you look, over our existence, we've given $2.6 million, which you do the division, it's about roughly $80,000 a year. This year, June 30th, we believe we're going to be up to 417,000, maybe a little bit extra. So we'll be there. Personally, it's just my personal opinion, I would love for it to be tiered because again, this is my personal opinion. I see Tyra in the audience. We started the middle school, she started the middle school unified program, and she's up 80% this year in the number of kids participating. There's a need. And I don't understand, but I would love to see kids in the elementary school be able to benefit from and this is all this is about for us. Is Nelson and his family loved this, they wanted this. This was the original agreement way back when 30 years ago. The money would go to recreational type of programs, which this would fall under. But we're already at 417 on most likely by June 30th. So to jump to 500,000 isn't like night and day. But if you guys want to tear it, 425, 450, 475, and get there in 4 years so the town gets money right away, I can't speak for the board, but I feel like I can speak for the board. We'll sign with it. We don't really care how you get there. But that's something you guys figure out. But we did propose a tier. The previous town manager said, no, let's just make it easy, make it $500,000. Okay?
So, just so I understand it, it's $3,000 in black and white. It's $300,000 in black and white. Way back when. But you've counted CPI for all those years.
Correct.
So even though it's not in writing, your threshold now is above 417?
No, it's in the lease, the original master lease where it's tied into the CPI.
Okay, sorry. Okay, thank you. So, thank you.
Which over time has accumulated to the 417 mark.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, I think even 417 to 500 is a big jump, in my opinion, given that we've been doing CPI. I know there's inflationary factors and there's been supply chain and cost factors every so many years, past 5 or 6, horrible, no end in sight. So I like that approach. I wish that was presented to us, but it wasn't. So I'm speaking for myself that I would like that language amended to so much percent, even if we keep it at CPI or we go up 5%, whatever it is, but
I mean, you can keep it as is and just eliminate the 500,000, and we'd get
right. Yeah,
CPI is going to increase it on average maybe $12,000 to $15,000 a year.
Yeah, so I'm okay with that. I don't know about everyone else. I think that discussion needs to be had.
And just quick summary: the board doesn't care. We want you guys to do it the whole 9 yards. However you get there, we just want to see kids gain more opportunities as quick as possible.
Right. Thank you.
So we can go over the amendments towards the end, but did you have a clarification for Karen, or did you need anything else? Are you good? Okay. Anybody else? Karen?
Are we there's 2 documents, and it's a little confusing with all the things we have prepared for this evening. So are we gonna talk about this document and then the amendment to the lease, or is it really just a First Amendment lease agreement?
It's the amendment to lease agreement, and that you all would sign that, and then the master parking license agreement you would direct me to sign.
Only you would. Yeah. Why?
Based on your vote.
Why would the town manager sign part of the lease and we sign the other?
Nope, just the license agreement. The license agreement is something that the manager can sign, but not the lease agreement. Only the select board can sign the lease amendment.
So this contract, these are 10-year contracts. So we signed this in 2023, and we were unable to have any conversations about changing the terms back then. So
that's the lease extension. Pardon my interruption.
So this doesn't change that 7 years less on this lease. We're amending the current lease, which is good for 7 more years.
Correct. It doesn't extend the lease.
It's 10-year leases. 10-year leases. Yeah, it's supposed to be mutually agreeable that we talk about this stuff. It really hasn't worked that way. So I have looked at the CPI calculations, and I had brought that up to our designee a number of times, that I'm looking at your financials every year. Did you know your CPI would go up every year? Because that's a great strategy to assume that the cost of maintaining the building and the equipment would go up. So did the CPI amendment come out of this lease that we're going to sign tonight? That's what I'm wondering. I didn't see that anywhere.
CPI is not in the lease amendment.
There was a factor calculating how much their reserve account, their contingency account would be. Did you guys mess with that, or is it still in there?
No, in the lease amendment, it just sets it at 500,000. So, and it changes the original. No, it amends the original document, so it doesn't continue the CPI.
Okay. All right. Well, that's I understand that. Okay. I have a grave concern that we are not getting rent payments out of this agreement. I'm really glad that the board and yourself and all the staff were able to work out a parking arrangement. I think it's mutually beneficial, and that's the way agreements should be. It should be bilateral, mutually agreeable. As far as the rent goes, I have grave concerns about signing this. The rink does need maintenance. It needs significant work, and we haven't received any rent payments in 2 years. And there are other years when we received 0 rent payments, or we received money that we forwarded to the rink for potential morgue use during COVID that was paid back to us. So that was even less. And your point is valid. Like the building is from 1994. Correct me if I'm wrong. We got a great tour last summer. A lot of that equipment is really old, okay? So I don't see how we're ever gonna get rent out of this. And I love unified sports and adaptive sports. And I had a great conversation with the superintendent this week to get some clarity on that. And I look forward to more conversations at town meeting. And it's good news that at least there's some funding for unified sports to begin with. I really appreciate that, and the superintendent was quick to also agree at how successful and popular the program is, so that's awesome. Is it enough? Probably not. Another concern is that I know we're speaking as a public resident, a resident tonight, but when we get into a lease agreement and we make it so specific, it can kind of sometimes create the appearance of a conflict of interest in the future. Kudos for all the work you do with kids in sports through your S&L business. And I understand that you also have the capacity to run adaptive sports programs in the elementary school. So I take you at your word that you're very comfortable with that topic. But I just wonder if that's going to create any difficulties for our designee if we put this in here. And I do not want to hold up any kind of parking agreement. And so if the rest of the board wants to sign this as it is, then I'm going to go along with it. But I'm not happy. I know what dire financial straits we're in. And I know we need free cash. And beyond that, just to be clear again, unified sports and adaptive sports are wonderful programs. And I would love them to be funded. If that's what our community wants, then I am 100% behind it. Just don't think that this is going to be the best way to do that. But on the other hand, there's nothing in this agreement that says this is the only way we fund those. So the school is already taking some steps, and we could certainly add on to this. So that's all I have to say on this.
Thank you. I can just add one thing. I'm sorry. She said that the license agreement was 10 years, and I want to clarify it is
the license agreement, the lease.
Okay, yeah. The license agreement is 3 years.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Carl, did you, this whole conflict of interest thing, I'm always torn on, so if you'd like to respond to it, because normally I wouldn't be doing this kind of stuff, but I've been accused myself of things that have never materialized, and now.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. A couple things. One, in reference to that's not my private business. We don't run any adaptive sporting programs in the town of Reading, even though we've advocated for the rec to partner with, say, Andover. Second of all, words matter. When someone references that there's a grave concern about with the finances of the rink, the whole 9 yards. I just gotta shake my head in terms of if you have grave concerns. You've been our liaison for over 4 years and you've never attended one meeting. You've never shown up one operational. Well,
I need to raise my hand.
Yeah, we have our meetings, and I mean, Mr. Bocci's attended meetings, and you know, I work with kids all the time, and I sit there and say, "If you don't understand something, ask for extra help." Have you ever scheduled a meeting to come to sit down with the finance, Ed Caduto, our accounting firm that does audited financials? No. And to sit there and say, oh, we haven't given any rent for 2 years, of course not. We spent $250,000 fixing a roof. I mean, everyone knew that. So we got to replenish that fund, and to act like we're being nefarious, that we haven't given any money to the town in 2 years, of course not. Because we're replenishing the rainy day fund, which is one of the reasons Nelson put that in there, because he didn't want it to be a white elephant to the town, because as you said, possible dire financial times that are coming. Are you going to sit there and say, all right, we're going to spend money on fixing the roof at Burbank, or fund teachers, or fund police department? Of course not. So that's why the rainy day fund was set up. And it's just very frustrating, because it's created these type of brave, type of big words being thrown out there. And some of the words, even the DEI director's like, whoa, this is over the top, that has made statements to us. It's unnecessary. We're already people. We're trying to do the best for the town already. And that's how we look at things. Is I was brought up by Eric Gaff at a town meeting. We had a thought, hey, maybe we could do something like this, which was in the mission of what the Burbank family wanted. If you don't want it, that's fine. But just because one or two people who always complain about everything are against it, it doesn't mean that the whole community is against it. So as you can tell, I'm frustrated. The board's very frustrated, because we have employees that are being harassed all the time, and they're a private company. And they don't deserve that. So that's it.
Thank you, Carl. Karen, did you have something? And then I'll move on to Melissa.
I can't remember. Oh, it's funny. Okay, so I can't even remember. That was like too funny. Oh, geez. I have been the liaison for 3 years. Can I just correct the record? I have asked to be invited to your meetings. I asked politely. We have email chains that I would be happy to print out for this entire board. So I'm not even sure you're meeting, but I do ask for meeting minutes regularly, and sometimes we get them. And you know, so we don't really need to say things like that. And I'm so glad you guys fixed the roof. And who brought that up to you as a select board liaison? Me, because I was over there skating, and I could see the drips on the ice, and I was like, Carl, can you get the roof fixed? And you went back to the board, and kudos for you, you guys got it done. And I can also say that, yeah, I was really skeptical that your roof quote was accurate, and we all got blindsided by the Parker roof, and took town meeting another 3 years to finish spending the money that we authorized. So sometimes I'm glad to be wrong. I was thrilled, because I saw the numbers coming in for Parker. However,
did you say you're wrong?
I just did. I said I was wrong about the roof. All right, but the whole, I wasn't wrong about the solar panels.
I gave you opportunity.
Thank you again for letting the RMLD do the energy audit, which is also my idea. I appreciate you doing that.
Carl, thank you.
Okay, all right, that's it. I would love to be invited to one of your meetings. I'm still the liaison. Let me know. Carla was too. I don't mean to hog all the time.
Thank you.
And he's attending.
That's okay. Melissa.
Thank you. So I just wanted to go back to some of Karen's comments, because I'm a little confused by them. In one sentence, she was upset that we haven't received rent payments, although their lease is very clear. They have their reserve fund. It was CPI, so it was 300 at one point, moved up to 400, and so it's clear they pay their operating expenses, salaries, and expenses of the building, and then we get rent. But then in the next sentence, you're clear on saying that the building needs repairs. So I guess I'm just a little confused what it is that you want from the Burbank, considering it's very clear in their lease what their requirements are to the town. Their requirements are extremely clear in this lease. They followed them, but you're still upset about it. So I guess I'm a little confused at what it is that you're upset about.
Karen, thanks.
the lease says that, and Mr. Burbank, who, you know, sadly passed away a number of years ago, was a very smart, self-made businessman. He did not want this to be a white elephant, using Mr. McFadden's words. The goal was always to be a win-win, to provide an ice arena for hockey and ice skating. And if you've looked at the Burbank financials, you can see they equally bring in almost $500,000. And so that's $1 million in revenue every year. We're not getting any rent. And it does say you pay your operational costs. But when your operational costs are maybe too high, like you're spending $300,000 on salaries.
We don't have a say in that. That they're a private business. We have no say in what their
Okay, so let
operational
me,
costs are.
they're not a
Let
private.
Karen finish first, please.
So they're a 501c. No, it's a public 501c. This is not disputable. You're a public 501c created for the benefit of Reading residents with a generous startup fund from a very astute and financially aware businessman. That's all.
Do you have anything else, Melissa?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay. My opinion on this, that I'm under the similar mindset. I don't know what it takes to run a ice arena, nor would I ever, venture into that opportunity myself. So I don't know if 300,000 is high, too little, too not. But I've stated time and time again at this meeting, at the select board, is that Ed Peduto, the program that he runs over there, and whatever his saying is, which I could care less what number it is visible in the community, consistently on Facebook, YouTube, all the kids after all the hockey things, shutout slices, bark mulch on lawns, fixing anything and everything at the arena, plowing for the next day for indoor skate while all of us are trapped in our houses. All these various things that Burbank does over there. And I don't care about one nickel of what they're doing, because my tax dollars have never gone towards paying a penny towards the Burbank Ice Arena. Zero. All the things we argue about, money and all this, they have no bearing on what gets done with that. They never have, and they never will as long as the current lease is in place. And if we don't like the terms of the lease, we could have potentially done something in 2023, but it was written and done at town meeting like a decade before that, that it's Burbank's option, not the select board's option. That's what it is in the lease. If we don't like it, oh well. It was the same thing with the RCTV contract. It was our option, not theirs. So it was reversed. So when you're dealing with contracts, it'd be great to always have the leverage over somebody else, because then you would be benefiting every single time in the contracts. That's not the way it was written back then. A lot of stuff has aged out since then. When it comes up again, if they don't re-sign in 2030 or whatever, then something different. Until then, we have not paid a single penny at all to the town to do any of the stuff over there. And I've heard nothing other than from members here complaining about it. I have heard nothing from anybody else on the operation that the Burbank Ice Arena runs, ever. It's just point blank. I ad nauseum up here. It's as if I go into some other area of Reading when I leave this room. It's just wild to me that things like this can just still be said at meetings like this. I don't understand it. We pay nothing for something, and we're arguing over like how we're going to do something else. It makes no sense to me. In terms of the unified sports, Melissa mentioned that it's going to be clarified about the stabilization funds. And I just want to remind everybody, because somehow things have been forgotten since April of 2025. The person that always remembers everything, unfortunately, is me. Instructional motion number 2502 was instruction to the town manager by Eric Gaffin, who was the chair of the rec committee at the time. Eric Gaffin, town meeting member of Precinct 4. Not Paul McFadden of whatever precinct Carl is, not by Ed Peduto, not by members of the Burbank board. Eric Gaffin, town meeting member, said that he hereby requests that the town manager and staff, inclusive of schools, identify and create a sustainable funding mechanism for expanding adaptive programming using existing town funds and future donations from the Burbank Ice Authority. Separately, please investigate how existing funds can be used within the town, allocated for additional recreational programming and facilities, which may include additional adaptive programming. Eric Gaffin brought up the Burbank Ice Arena Authority. Not Carl McFadden, not any from Burbank. Eric Gaffin requested this at town meeting, and it was approved through town meeting. It's an instructional motion. We all know it's non-binding. I'll be the first to admit there's lots of motions that have passed that nobody has taken up on this board, or prior chairs on this board have decided to address those instructional motions. But I just want to clarify the record for everybody else who says that Burbank Ice Arena Authority is pushing their authority and their will onto the town to be able to do certain things, and it's just extremely disingenuous. If that instructional motion didn't mention Burbank Ice Arena Authority, perhaps you have something, but that's what was mentioned. I spent the last week watching the portion of town meeting back as well. Nothing really changed by what was governed in here, no new language changes, that kind of stuff. So hopefully it is clear and concise on the record that Eric Gaffin of Precinct 4 wisely brought this instructional motion, and I'm happy that this selected and town manager and now Jane is addressing it, because this happened in April, and not a single person in a town of 27,000 people have come up with an alternative. Nobody, including myself, have come up with an alternative for that. And the people that have been vilified in this room, online, in the newspaper, everywhere else. It is extremely uncalled for. I don't understand it. Like I said, I step out of this room and I go into some bizarro world where all of a sudden it's Burbank's fault that they're asking for this in their lease. It was an instructional motion. They decided to put it in, worked in the lease. Not me, not Carlo, not Karen, not Melissa. The town manager and town staff worked on all this stuff. There was no secret meetings. There was no shady background deals by people. Town staff, they work on all the motions. That's it. I get a copy when you get a copy. It's just, I just can't believe I have to sit here and argue logistics where it's spelled out black and white. I don't know what to say. But hopefully that clarifies the record for this. I think, Carlo, you had something before I lose my mind.
Yeah. So I think we need to have a discussion, please, amongst ourselves about the 500,000 fixed or the way it's been, because that's important. Number one. Number two, I'm going to paraphrase this letter from Peter Burbank that was written to Dr. Milichevsky, dated March 31st, 2025, basically saying he and his family fully support what we're trying to achieve here with the stabilization fund. It's only a paragraph, but we'll put that in the packet for next time. So I think we need to have that discussion. That's very important. And correct me if I'm wrong, acting town manager, we're opening up the lease right now. We're amending the lease. Correct. So if I wanted to add another option period, this would be the time to do it, or can we do that?
You can make an amendment, and then we have to take it back to council and go back and forth with the board. So you can do that.
Okay.
If you want to, I've asked Maddie if she has the original lease that she can post, she can put up, and you can see the original rent agreement and how it's calculated. If the board wants to do that, would that be something useful?
The original lease.
It's page 2 of the lease. We're going to put it right up.
What did you mean by page 2, Jane? Just so people follow at home. So this is in the packet, or it is?
It's not in the packet. This is the original lease. Okay. In the packet is the amended lease for the rent portion that changes the contingency fund to 500.
If Maddie, bring your specific item up.
Yeah, it's page 2, Maddie, of that lease. It's section 3.
So while we're getting that up, thank you. I would like to entertain that because I don't know what the lifespan of this building is, to be honest with you. I'm assuming it's like almost any other building, if we keep it up, about 50 years or so. So right now, this goes until 43. Adding one more option, it would go to 53. So that's something.
Is it 43 or 33? Or I just need to have it up on the screen just so
So
everyone.
Maddie, there we go. Yeah. So keep scrolling a little bit to section 3. Yeah, right there. Nope.
Too far.
Well, there we go, where it says that. If you can scroll just a smidge so we can see the bottom where it says third. Okay, so, Mr. Chairman.
I don't think that's the section, is it?
Yes, it is. This is the section.
With the options?
I don't think he was talking about the reserves.
No, I'm talking about the options.
Oh, you were talking, this is the reserve piece. You want to talk about the options?
Well,
You went on to
I
that.
want us to have a discussion about the reserve piece, 'cause that's in here tonight. Like, since we're opening up the lease,
You want to add another 10 years?
the way I read it, this was signed in 2013.
Correct.
With a 10-year lease.
Correct.
In 23.
That's right.
In 23, they exercised their first option.
That's correct.
To 33, and they have one more option.
They have one more option.
So 43.
That's correct.
I would like to add another option as part of the lease.
You would like to exercise, as part of this lease amendment, the additional 10 years.
Yes, adding 10 years.
The final 10 years of the term.
Adding another option. The simple term, adding another option. Is they have exercised one option. They have one more option. I'd like to give them in language, 2 options, 3 options. And then number 2, to piggyback on what Chris said, not verbatim, but this was brought up at town meeting, and I don't remember the votes, but I'm pretty sure it's probably pretty unanimous, right? All of us up here are for unified adaptive sports, all sports, right? Especially for kids that, either aren't athletic, don't have the opportunity, just want to be part of a team. Being part of a team is one of the greatest things you can do as a young person. So as far as the last section of the rent agreement, I would like to see, whatever the new word is, 2 stabilization funds dedicate up to 100%, but not less than 50%. Because in the spirit of Nelson Burbank and now Peter Burbank, I think we need to do the right thing as a funding mechanism. Like I said at our last meeting, it's just another tool in the toolbox. It's not going to be sustainable every year, but if we have that language, we can look forward to something. So I'm proposing 2 things right now, aside from the option. Do we keep it CPI as it is? I'll go to 500. I'm supporting CPI the way it is. And I'm asking to go to 100%, but not less than 50. So the 2 funds could potentially get 50%.
Okay. So Maddie has up on the screen the rent arrangement from the original lease. And what it says here under the second section, the remaining income shall be used. Down at the bottom, it says the contingency reserve shall not exceed $300,000 at any given moment without permission from the Board of Selectmen. Nevertheless, the $300,000 cap shall increase to reflect increases in the consumer price index using the Boston area CPIU, and it's very detailed from the date of this lease. So that's where that comes from. So if that's the language the board would want to retain, the third section, however, says the income then remaining shall be paid to the town as rent amounts due or annually paid on or before March 19th. You may want to retain the language about the cap and the CPI, okay, in the amended lease, but you may want to keep the language that's been proposed in the amended lease so that it covers the stabilization funds. So what I'm hearing is you would like to amend it, have the amendment from you, retain it at the 300,000 corrected for CPI. Okay. Maddie, if you can just scroll a little bit higher to section 2 of that document, term and extension. This is the terms that you wanted to talk about, Carlo. Again, this is originally so. The term of this lease shall be 10 years commencing February 24, 2013, and the tenant may extend the term of this lease for 2 successive terms of 10 years each, provided they're not in default, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So
Just want to change that 2 to a 3. That's all. Nice and easy.
You want to, wait a minute, you want which 2 to a 3?
The 2 in parentheses, sentence 4.
You want to give them a third 10-year term? We can't.
We can't.
No, under state law, they're only allowed a 30-year lease.
Gotcha.
So anything beyond that would have to go to town meeting.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Fair.
okay. So did you want to ask them to exercise their second term?
No,
Their second 10 years?
I don't think we can ask them to do
It's
anything.
7 years.
Yeah, it's at their choice.
Yeah, it's their choice.
Okay,
Yeah,
right,
it's
so that's fine. So that answers that question.
Okay.
So we're back to the CPI.
Yep.
And you wanted to, going back to the packet, Maddie. And let's make sure I'm keeping up with you, Carlo. I'm just getting to the right page. Bear with me.
I'm on page 14, which in blue in the packet.
Oh, page 14, where it's in blue. Okay, so you're reading the amended.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So looking at the amended lease,
So essentially, we're reducing the 500,000 to CPI, which means we're removing a $500,000 stipulation and causing it to be 417 or whatever it ends up being that was mentioned. So we're actually reducing their ability to have a reserve by reverting it to only be CPI.
As it has been, correct.
As it has been.
Correct.
And you want, instead of 50%, 100%, but not less than 50%.
Yes. Might as well go for broke if we're doing this.
And as far as I know, it has to be equal, right? That's proportions.
correct, the apportionment, yeah. So it would say dedicate up to 100%, but not less than 50% of all rental payments. So is that your amendment?
Yes.
Your motion? Okay.
My motion, my amendment, whatever.
I think we're still discussing, but Melissa, did you have something?
Just a clarifying question. I agree with the CPI changing it, but do we still have to put a number in there that's their minimum? So should we just do the CPI for this year, which would be 417, I believe?
You don't have to put a figure in here. The formula will work itself out.
It's already at that.
I understand that, but the previously used the CPI wording, but it also had a minimum of 300,000.
Right, you could revert to that. Shall not exceed 300,000 and corrected by CPI, but with that specific language, you could.
That would be my only question, is if we need a minimum in there. But yeah, I agree. I would like to do that because then it's a more gradual, because I think if I understood correctly, CPI will increase that by $12,000 to $15,000 a year.
Right. You could even change it to $400,000 and then it will only increase by CPI. And so you just update that number. You could do that too.
Just to keep it as a reserve. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
We didn't get to the public comment portion yet. Sorry. Did anybody else have any discussion on Carlo's thing or anything else? Karen?
I just have some questions on the stabilization fund part of it. When it says the town may expend any funds in the stabilization fund as provided by law, isn't this something that we would bring to town meeting to discuss how to spend the money? Yes or no?
Yes. To appropriate the money from the stabilization fund. This is a particular kind of stabilization fund, so it only requires a majority vote to appropriate money out of that fund. Some stabilization funds require a 2/3 town meeting vote. This one doesn't, according to state law.
So it's not as if he's going to have a to-do list and he can spend it on whatever he wants without telling anybody. No offense, man. You're just there. Do you know what I mean? So I think that's the town is going to eventually vote what's the money spent on anyway.
That's right. That's right. Yes. At a future town meeting, the school department may have some requests they want to come out of that fund. The recreation department may have requests that want to come out of the fund, and town meeting would have to approve that.
Out of the two funds, or
one each. Yeah.
And they pick it from either fund, or
school department can have
youth. Yep. And anybody else is from the other one?
The schools would choose from the school department, and the recreation department or the town side would ask for appropriation from the recreation.
Okay. And then can people donate to the stabilization?
No.
How would a private donor, because of course I think rich people are going to show up and
I love that.
how would somebody be able to do that?
So that's a great question, and we're always here to help donors send us their money. That's right. Well, we do. We have generous donors in the community, and from
Mr. Burbank,
right, and the Reading Pickleball Association most recently, and benefactor for the fitness room at the high school. So we have benefactors in the community who are very generous. When somebody wants to, make a gift, they usually, talk to us, and we draft a gift agreement, and then the parties sign the gift agreement. And that gift agreement is sort of the legal mechanism that says the town will spend these funds you have given to us, you have entrusted to us, in the way in which you're giving us this gift. So if somebody wants to give a gift to fund adaptive sports or unified sports in particular, or something else, that gift agreement will be signed, and then that money will be cared for by the CFO and held separately.
Trust kind of a thing, and then
in a separate fund. Yep, and they'll keep track of that.
Okay. I mean, I appreciate everybody saying how the CPI thing. I think that any repairs that rink is going to require are going to be astronomically expensive, and I prefer not to have them get themselves into a position through no fault of their own, because he's doing a phenomenal job keeping that ice thing working. Having seen it firsthand, it looks like it's been there since the beginning of time. So I'm cautioning us lowering the amount, because I'm afraid that main piece of equipment is the entire rink. And if that thing goes, as they were kind enough to explain to me in our tour, it's a big deal. And so I don't know how much it would cost to replace that, but I think out of all the things that could possibly go wrong there, that would be the thing that would go wrong and shut them down. So I'd like to keep that in mind. So I don't have a problem with the 500,000 or going to 400 with the CPI built on that. I'd like to aim higher, just as a caution of things are very expensive.
Karen?
Could I just make one comment? The lease does not specify how fast the contingency fund needs to be replenished. So it just says no more keeping a contingency on hand, and when you get to that total, there's actually no reason the after an expense like the roof, the fund couldn't be replenished over a couple years, and the town could also get rent stabilization. But I mean, rent monies, because all of this, I'm talking partly about the past. I just don't understand why that hasn't been happening. So that has been my concern. But anyway, I just want to point that out. The lease does not say that the contingent fund must be fully funded. But it says that the organization is authorized to have a contingency fund up to that number.
Yeah, so it says it shall not exceed 500,000. So if we change it to 400,000, CPI, whatever things have been tossed down around here, shall is the important word in that. I've known from the charter that shall means you are doing it. So it shall not exceed 500,000. So it would be shall not exceed 400,000 or whatever we kind of do right now. So I'll turn it back to Carlo. So numbers have been tossed around. We cannot do 10 years on the lease. You mentioned CPI, knocking it down. Karen Rose Gillis mentioned maybe 400,000 CPI. Where are we at?
I'm okay with that. I mean, I think we got to move this forward in a fair fashion. And I agree, it's an old building, right? And maybe the Burbank family or someone else will come through for us as the building ages. I don't know. But I think the higher we go, the less chance we're getting any rent payments for a while. So it's a give and take, right? Maintenance, prevention versus rent. So if we kept it here at 500,000, then we're not getting rent payments till it's $500,001. So I missed the part about the CPI, to be honest. So now that I'm taking Carl's word for it at 417. Why would we go down to 400? Let's just start at 417 or 415, round it off to 415, and that's where we're at now.
So point of clarification. So the conversations that I had with our designee was that, okay, the lease specifically said start at 300 and then adjusted every year for the CPI. So I'm assuming that Mr. McFadden got the 417 number because you guys ran some numbers, and 417 are kind of where we would be at from the beginning of the lease. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you that well.
Yeah. So, so that's how, so you could, do two things. You could change the starting point from 300 to 400 if you'd like, and the CPA part would like start, we just want to be clear. Does the CPI start from today, the amendment to the lease, or do you just want to say, somehow we want to see reflected that 300,000 with all of the CPI calculations is now a different number, whether it's 417,000, whether it's 500,000, that what I saw reflected in the savings year after year after year was just the straight contingency fund of 300 or 325, whatever it was. I guess it's 300. And that it should have been going up every year because inflation.
Right, and it was, and it was per the lease that Jane brought up there.
In the statements, it was being misinterpreted.
Right. Yeah. So again, that's why we're doing this in open session. So I'm okay with 400, 415, whatever we agree upon, so we can move on. I'm not going to fight over 15,000 either way. So let's pick a number and settle that. And then, because now that we have two stabilization funds, that's why I'm going 100% up to, dedicate up to 100%, but no less than 50, so we can hopefully get these things funded better, or again, I know it's going to vary year to year. If this was the only funding, I read Dr. Milcheski's email. I think it was 25,000. Yeah, so it's not a lot. And again, so another tool in the toolbox for me. So 400, 415, I'm okay with either one. And then CPI from there. And then my second amendment. And
all right, so we're at remember, for everybody at home who's listening, it doesn't matter what we say right now. It still has to be approved by the Burbank board. So we can make these numbers whatever we want. And then also has to be approved by town meeting. But anyway, so not this one. Warrant article, we're not getting it. It's off topic. So currently we're at 415. Carl vaguely mentioned 425, 450, 475, so this seems to be tracking. But you are changing it from 50 to 100% in no less than 50.
that's my request.
Okay. And Karen Rose Gillis, are we good with 415 CPI stipulation?
Good with that.
Okay.
Are we all now addressing the 100%?
Melissa, did you have something?
Not on the number, no.
Okay.
The 415 thing.
That's okay.
That works
I think
great.
it's
Is everybody okay with the 415? Karen, Eric?
I think people are going to be questioning why we chose that number, but I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Like if it was a 400 straight, it would just, nobody would question it, but that's fine.
I think 415 gives us the wiggle room because Burbank was asking for 5. We're reducing it to 4. At least we did 415. So I'm kind of more leaning towards 415 would be better for them to at least approve what we approve. That's my only take on that. So I kind of want to keep it to 415.
Okay.
All right, next one.
And Melissa, did you have something on the next? Or
No, I just want to add to your amendment list, if Carla's okay with that, just to keep it in one person. The wording for the stabilization funds needs to be amended.
So, Maddie, I don't know if you have Ivria's last version she sent to the select board.
I thought I printed the last version.
I did too, but
I think she sent it to you yesterday.
I think the last version that I had still had unified sports, but maybe I'm not correct on that. Oh, you know what? I'm looking at the last version she sent us with the blue lines that made it easier. So maybe it is different than the other one.
I think Jane gave us something that's
So if it's changed, then it's no need to have us vote on the.
but it's going to be on the screen so the public is aware.
Yeah, so hold on. Maddie, I'm just going to email you the last one today. There was a scrivener's error in this document. It missed a T in your name, so we added the T.
My name? Jane.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
This is how we're going to start this off?
No.
You missing T's?
They got fixed.
Okay.
It's repaired. So we found this, Maddie found the scrivener's error. So Ivrea fixed that and she sent it to council. It's minor change. Maddie, I just sent it to you. If you could pull that up on the screen. And this just reflects that it says unified / adaptive sports.
Perfect.
That's all.
Yeah, I just wanted to match the warrant article.
Yeah. So that's the most recent one. She did email you guys yesterday. We're giving Maddie a workout. So if you
It
go
should
down,
be up on the screen right now. Can you guys see it?
go down to section, a little bit down so we can see the rent, a little higher. A little more, a little higher.
Higher.
The other way.
Yeah.
There we go. Right there. That's fine.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. So where does it say it? I just right there. So yeah, unified sports, adaptive sports.
Okay.
Thank you, Maddie.
So is all board members okay with that?
No.
Melissa? No, you're
I
not?
think it should say 2 stabilization funds to match the warrant article. Because the warrant article mentions 2 specific stabilization funds and that mentions 1 stabilization fund.
Oh, stabilization fund is singular.
Yeah.
Okay.
I took that as
Because the way the
this is only, is the, I thought the other stabilization fund was coming from the rent that was left over from this, or did I misread it?
they're both coming from the rent, from the Burbank rent.
Yep.
If it gets approved by town meeting.
And does it mean that 100% of the 50% goes to one fund, 50% goes to the other, so the town never gets any rent to support operations?
Up to. Is the words up to.
But the way we wrote it, is it possible for town meeting to just,
Town meeting.
or is
Town meeting
Burbank
could amend it.
expecting us to contribute all of the rent that they try to pay us that would cover the cost of sending police and fire out there in the roads and?
This,
Yeah, is that what we just said?
Burbank is not
we're never
requesting that. Carlo is requesting that.
Just want to make sure I understand how that would work.
so right now, the way that it was originally presented is it would dedicate up to 50%, but not less than 25%.
For one fund.
Yeah, for one fund. So if it's for 2 funds,
Still this.
it's the same. So it's 25 to one fund, 25 to the other fund. And with Carlo's amendment, it would be up to 100%. So it could, right now, we're still living at 50% for both funds together.
It's
So it's
up to
only 20.
100%, but not less than 50, which means that there is a gray area for 50% change to operations, how Karen mentioned. Just so we're clear. But it could be 100, it could be 2% of town meeting on the warrant article. Karen Rosgett.
Let's say they give us 100 grand in rent.
Mhm.
25 grand is to one fund, 25 grand is to another, and 50 goes into the
The general, free cash.
As written.
as written. Town meeting can still vote for that extra 50 in free cash to go somewhere, or is that just in there and can go anywhere?
So usually what happens with free cash allocations is that's a separate article on the warrant. You know, we're going to appropriate X amount of money from free cash to do, X to do Y in an article, right? So that's usually how
Okay.
we would appropriate that. And it gets cashed out to free cash, and then we utilize it for
However,
various different ways through our normal processes.
Yeah, Article 14 is 2 different funds, correct?
All set, Karen?
I guess so.
Anybody else before I open it to the public? All right. Public comment is not public question. So if anyone has public comment on the lease, if you have a question, we may or may not answer, but nobody is required to. Anybody in the room? I didn't. I saw Tony's hand. I didn't see your hand. Sorry. So Tony, go ahead. 2 minutes, name and address, please.
Tony DeRezzo, 130 John Street. Thank you, Mr. Mr. Chairman. All right. First off, quick point, I'm not certain of any lease where the tenant tells the landlord how to spend their money. I question part of the amendment on Section 3, where there is a statement where conditioned upon the town and if legally required, which means that if somebody goes and determines that it's not legally required for the town to set up stabilization funds, it's still going to happen. And number 3, final one, is that it should probably just go straight to free cash, and we should have the stabilization funds similar to how we do OPEB every meeting at a town meeting, where we take the money out. We can say we received X amount of dollars from Burbank Ice Arena, which went into free cash, and we would like to move that into our stabilization funds for the unified schools. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Kevin, I think is, yes. 2 minutes, name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Lucy. I live on Pearl Street here in Reading. Tonight, I'd like to talk about unified sports in Reading. There is no more deserving segment of our student body and population than these kids, our kids. If you believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion, you would have to allow these kids the same opportunity that all their fellow classmates get. They deserve to celebrate the game-winning shot just as all high school athletes do. We owe it to these children for them to have the same experiences, the bus rides, the team building, the friendships, the victories, and also the defeats. All of these things that create a total student experience like their counterparts. Now, there's probably, in my opinion, there's no better designed public-private entity in our town or any other town than the partnership between Burbank, Lincoln, and our town. Most of the money generated from this comes from youth hockey, figure skating, Most of the money generated comes from youth hockey, figure skating, adult hockey, and public skating. I can guarantee you that if you asked these people if they'd want their excess funds to go to unified sports, 99% would agree. What better way to help finance these kids' total student experience than with excess funds generated from youth sports and activities at Burbank? I've seen firsthand how sports can help children build confidence, resilience, and friendships. And these kids deserve the same things that any other child receives. The spirit of unified sports is to be inclusive and accessible to all. If a fee is charged, some families' income may exceed the income threshold, but because of out-of-pocket expenses and services, they wouldn't be able to afford to use a fee, therefore killing the spirit of the program at its core of diversity, equity, and inclusivity. I ask you all to agree unanimously and allow this to move on to town meeting so that it can be judged on its merits by the townspeople's representatives. Thank you, Kevin Lucy, Pearl Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody? Angela? 2 minutes, name and address.
Angela Benda, Orchard Park Drive. First of all, Unified Sports is a wonderful program. I support it. Mr. Haley said that nobody's suggested any alternatives. That is just false. Sharon Engstrom has suggested alternatives. Members of FinCom have suggested alternatives. Even Ms. Wellman said this might not be the best way to fund it. Community Priorities is the best way to fund it. It is a steady funding source where money would go to the program year after year. You wouldn't have to worry about whether rent is coming in or not. Ms. Engstrom and Town Council Ivor Fried last year researched the Burbank money because they wanted to take it out of that fund, and they decided that the best place to put it was free cash, and they determined that there was nothing in the leases, anything that they had read, they spent a lot of time researching it, that says what this money would go to, or that Mr. Burbank had ever said what it should go to. There was a unanimous instructional motion. However, Mr. Gaffin was wrong when he said future donations. So it was clear that he did not understand what the funding, what the money is. It is not a donation. It is a rent payment in lieu of taxes. And so that is a confusion. People can direct where their donations go. They don't get to direct where their tax money goes.
Mr. Haley said that this hasn't cost him anything, but part of the money goes to rent in lieu of taxes. So when there are services to Burbank with a police officer, an ambulance, or whatever else, these are funds that go to it. I never knew Mr. Burbank, but I have spoken to people who did, and one of the things that I was told by a town official was that he never wanted things to be, he never wanted this to be a burden, and it's not just the building itself, but all of the other things that these rent payments go to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the room? Anybody online, Maddie? We'll give it a moment.
No hands are raised.
All righty. Yes.
Just a clarifying question, Jane. All stabilization funds that are created have to be approved by town meeting, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Karen Rose-Gillis.
So technically, if we don't create stabilization funds, we just put all the rent in free cash, town meeting could technically vote all of it to go to unified sports.
Technically, yes. Yes.
Why would we not want to do that?
Serious.
Can I answer that question?
Yes, Melissa.
What would the difference be?
The difference would be, I believe the residents would have a say and I know they have a say in it now, but it's in a different place.
So my understanding, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, Jane, but whatever percentage, we can say whatever we want here. It could get changed on the floor at town meeting, by the way. So this warrant article, we could say 100%, we could say 2%, but it can get
I'm
changed.
just talking about the amendment here.
At least, but still, we can say whatever we want and it still can get changed at town meeting.
So whatever they say at town meeting could impact this agreement.
Yeah, 100%. But I guess my point to what you just said is that if the money goes into the stabilization fund, no matter what town meeting agrees to put into that percentage, then it is what it is. And it's the same every time. Whatever we get, we take that 25%, 50%, whatever, put it in each fund, and it is what it is. It's, it's cleaner, I think, in my opinion, than taking the money in and then every year going in and saying, okay, this year we're going to do this. In my opinion, that's what I would think. But again, no matter what we say here tonight, it could get changed on the floor of town meeting.
I think the big thing, Karen, is that this is what Burbank is requesting in the lease. If they were requesting something else, we'd be going over that. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of where we're at. Karen, did you have something?
Jean, can you help me walk through what this is going to look like at town meeting? If town meeting agrees to create the stabilization funds, are these then 2 more warrant articles, or maybe a combined warrant article that will appear on every annual town meeting to XYZ, move XYZ funds to the stabilization funds, and we spend an hour or 2 debating how much?
No, I think because the Article 14 sets the amount, the percentage of any rental payments that are received, it just automatically goes in. It's the appropriation out of the stabilization fund that would be a warrant article.
Okay, thanks.
And so if there was no request one year, maybe the balance is low, or maybe there isn't a particular request in a year, so you wouldn't have an appropriation that year, but the next year you might. Okay.
Karen?
So Angela mentioned that there were other funding sources that had been discussed at some point. I just don't think that I know of them.
That's you and me both, Karen.
Do you know?
Mm-hmm.
No, I think I asked that staff have the time to look and see what other towns were doing, and what instead I got here was this right now. And I feel it's still premature. Town meeting could decide to create these funds. We could still ask, or we could cancel the town warrant article at this point. We have not had a warrant, an agenda item, and we have not allowed staff time to do a little research and present what they think might be a good, sustainable option for funding adaptive and anti-HUD sports.
We've had a year.
But we can, like I said earlier, if we find another funding source, we could modify this to account for whatever it is that we find. Correct?
What funding source?
Only if they want to.
I mean, if we, well, I think that it would be beneficial for everyone if we continue looking for other funding sources.
So if a hypothetical, the Karen Rose Gillis Foundation has $10 million that they want to donate.
Right.
Thank you. You could devote the $10 million to Jane, and then Jane gets it, and it gets ascribed to this, and then that's where the catch is of the no less than 50% current thing is. In theory, we would still have to be doing the 50% unless it was modified. You know what I mean? If it's at 100 and 100, it's never getting modified, and Burbank at the town meeting didn't want to change stuff, it never gets changed. But I think if something like that came along, we're dealing with overrides and everything else. I don't know where this other money's coming from. If we increase the school budget $100,000 and now Unified's 125 there, that means 100,000 came from the town. It's all town money. It doesn't matter that the school committee or schools are attached to it. It's still coming from the town, which means you have to find $100,000 somewhere else in the budget. And I'd like to know the name of which teacher, police officer is getting the boot, because that's with a significant portion of salaries being the bulk of our budget. That's the only real wiggle room that we have here. So to answer your question, that's kind of where we're at. So I think if there's nothing else, we can just go to the vote on various things. We can, unless you had something, Melissa.
So Carlo's amendment to the 50% to 100, I'm not going to support that. I think, like Karen Rose Gillis said, I think it's more appropriate to keep the wording now, how it currently is 25 up to 50%, because it gives the town some wiggle room. And, I think there's some valid points that, some of that rent should go to free cash. So I would like to see it stay at the 25-50. Again, anything we say here today could get changed at town meeting, but that's my opinion.
Do we want to vote on that section first? Because it seemed like we were all good on the CPI scenario, right? 415 CPI. Can't do 10 years. We're good on language that Melissa changed with.
It just needs to say two stabilization funds.
Okay.
So in that line, Mr. Chairman, it would say strike A, 2 stabilization funds. And that's all it needs to change. Yeah, that looks right. Okay.
And then the only caveat is the 100% scenario that Carlo proposed. My only comment on that is that I've been hearing multiple times a 50% of zero is still zero. And I think the better way to do that is still to go to potentially the 100% that Carlo mentioned, because at least then there's something more than the 50 that was proposed. I mean, that's the bulk of comments that I've heard regarding it is just that they're not going to give us any money anyway, so why does it matter? Which I disagree with, because I know how to do math, and $2.5 million over, the course of their lease proves that they give us money. So that's why I'm sticking with 100% on this, and then let town meeting hash it out. Yes.
So also the wording of 100% doesn't really make that much sense, because if you're saying 100% of the rent payment is going to, each fund needs 50% of the rent payment.
Correct, but not more than.
So you have to word it.
Yeah, it has to be worded better, yes.
Because if you're saying 100%, it can't be 100%.
Now it's 2 funds now.
To its
right.
funds,
Yeah.
so.
It's
100% of each fund, or like what language are we looking?
The way I read this is that this was each fund.
So yeah, everyone's given us a scenario where it was $100,000. Yeah. In the current setup, would have been $50,000, and then $25K would go to each. That's how it was currently written. And the new scenario that Carlo is proposing, and I'm going to second it if we have to, it's 100%, which means out of a $100,000 scenario, $100,000 would go there, and then $50,000 to each fund out of that $100,000 exemplar.
I understand what you're saying, but I guess I didn't read it that way. because there was two funds, I was reading it as 50% was going to one, 50% was going to the other, not
That was my question.
of
I
the
agree.
total rent payment. So that just needs to be clarified a little bit.
Jane, are you following?
I'm kind of following. You wanted to say in the
Patty, could you just bring it up on the screen too?
yeah, if you wanted to say in the lease payment, there are two stabilization funds, and you want the apportionment spelled out for each fund.
I think so, because I'm maybe confused. Maybe Chris has it correct, and I was confused of how, I was thinking that we have it currently, not even to Carlo's change yet, it was saying each fund was getting a minimum of 25 up to 50, but it sounds like that's not the case.
So the way it works in Article 14,
Oh, yeah,
Article 14 is 25% to each fund, at least 25% to each fund. So that's 50% of the total payment.
Okay, but then if 25 was the minimum, correct? So it is my way. It is correct. I am correct in what I'm saying, because then if you took 50% to each fund, that's 100% of the rent payment.
So the language says under Article 14, create a special purpose stabilization. I'm not going to read the whole thing, for the school department adaptive programming stabilization fund. Dedicate at least 25%, but no more than 50% of the rental payments received from the lease of Burbank. And the same language is there for the recreation. So if each one gets up to 50%, that's 100% of the total. So I think that Article 14 already captures kind of where you want to go.
So it is 100%?
It could be. It could be up to 50%.
It could be up to 50% per each fund.
The language we have in front of us in the blue or the black contradicts the article.
The article language in this do need to match, and I don't think that they do.
Okay.
I guess it's the spirit of, so we're all on the same page, but not really?
You can have it say, let me see, I'm trying to read it here. You can have it say two stabilization, so you could amend the language, say to create two stabilization funds to support unified sports adaptive sports programming and dedicate up to 100%, but not less than 50% in total, with equal apportionment to each fund.
Which is really the same thing that's there, but we're just clarifying.
That's what it says in Article 14.
Yeah, okay. That would be fine.
Carlo, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
So we just needed to match what the warrant article says.
So the amounts would be the same. Yeah, I understand what you mean.
It just needs to match what the warrant article says, I think.
Which we're approving next.
Yeah. And Karen?
Yeah, I don't want to increase, I want to leave it the way. We need to support the general fund. If and when the rent payments come, I would like it to stay. I would agree with you. I would like it to stay the way it is, and town meeting can do what they want to do. It's fine.
I think we are going to keep it the way it is.
Okay.
Because I think I was interpreting it correctly.
I think we need clarification on this.
So each fund is 50-25. Each fund is 50-25.
Correct. Right. So, yes.
So each fund is 50.
Up to 50% for each fund, no less than 25.
Of the total rent.
Because it's not written out there like that is the confusion. Because there's not two funds written.
Right.
That's right. There aren't two funds written. Ivrea will be calling in later in the meeting. So if you want to table this to kind of have that with her, that would be fine.
We'll go on for another 6 hours.
That's an excellent suggestion. I would be in favor of that.
You can just, because I think you've come to some sort of consensus on how the apportionment would work. And you can ask Ivrea that. You could go through the rest of it, but you can ask Ivrea that when she comes on later on in the meeting.
It does change what I want, but it's up to 50% in each fund, and then no less than 25. So it's two funds. So with one fund, the math is different. With two funds.
Right. The article is written the way you're talking about, Carlo.
I think, in my opinion, I think we just need the wording from the article to match the lease.
So if we want to table this, Is that the consensus of the board?
Just so we get it right, I think it's a good idea.
Karen Rose Gillis in the foundation, yes.
So is any going into free cash in this scenario?
Yes,
Okay. I just,
could be 50%.
okay.
I still don't understand how, but
It could be.
It could be.
It could be.
Could be.
it's
I think Ivrea be the one that gets it right,
Yes.
that's all.
so we'll take so do I have a motion to table this until later on?
Second.
Yeah, good.
Seconded by Carla. All those in favor? 5-0. Moving on. Vote to close the warrant for the town election and town meeting on 53. Page 53.
53.
Are we going to go over this and then table it only on that item, or what are we doing on this?
Well, I thought the wording was correct on this.
I guess the spirit of the scenario, like, I guess we can go through the whole town meeting section, and then if we have to just table that from whenever it comes on and only pertaining to that question, that's fine. So if you want to go over it,
Yeah, we can go over it again, or we can, I'll just remind you
like,
topics, or if there's like particular,
I think there are only
your attention a couple of areas.
yeah, just the specifics where the $100,000 park grant is in here.
Yep.
That was a big one.
Yep.
The Article 14 was semi-tabling. And what else was there?
There's also the language on Article 12. I wrote some background for that. So let's start with Article 11.
Is everyone good with that, skipping down to that one?
I think
Okay.
yeah, that's general consensus, I thought. Okay, so Article 11 is the park grant that is to, so this is the town side and preliminary awarded a $100,000 park grant from the state, and that is to support the construction of the previously approved pickleball project. The grant has a number of conditions tied to it before the full award is given. And so some of those conditions include creating and dedicating the pickleball parcel to recreational uses in perpetuity, providing dedicated recreational parking on the parcel referenced above. The grant award is tied to FY27. A number of costs cannot be expended until July of 26, and the grant is reimbursement based, so we have to spend the money and they pay us back, which is fine. So this article, if it's approved at town meeting, will split the park parcel. We'll split the pickleball courts and a section that's just a strip of parking right there, and that parcel will now be in perpetuity dedicated to recreational purposes, and that's what happens. So we will still execute all staff will direct pickleball parking to the rear Burbank lot. So it won't change how we plan to use parking, but if in the future things were to change on it, things probably will change at some point, 50 years, 100 years from now, things may change. So they may want to redo something with ReCal. That parcel would be kept with a little bit of parking right there. So you can put their flying cars there in 100 years.
I like it. So, Karen.
So we had asked that the rec committee take a vote on this. Will they have time to take a vote on this before town meeting so that they can tell us what they thought?
My understanding is yes, they're going to be having a meeting about it. Yes, ma'am.
Carla.
And this article has nothing to do with our parking agreement.
That's correct. It's not predicated on it, has nothing to do with it. It allows the town to accept $100,000 to help defray the cost of the pickleball project.
Karen.
So you would explain that if we decided to violate the agreement, we'd have to pay them back. And I'd asked if we'd have to pay interest, let's say 20 years from now, they've decided, fine, we'll just pay back the money. Did we discuss if we'd have to pay interest for that?
I did not get the answer on that. I can get that answer for you. I don't want to be in that position to pay them back any interest at all.
No, I know, but you never know what's going to happen. And so if it's just taking the money now and then 20 years from now, maybe the town could be incredibly wealthy, because I keep thinking that way. I don't know why.
You're very optimistic. I love that.
I'm very optimistic. No, but part of me thinks we could use the money now and we don't need to worry about what's going to happen 20 years from now.
when you put these lands into recreational purposes for, in perpetuity, it's hard to change. That's why, they're doing so.
And I'm not saying I want them to change because there's going to be trails back there. I mean, I think that it's probably okay. I just was curious about the interest, just in case.
I'll find out tomorrow. Sorry.
It's not biting.
Hi, Jane. Could I add in on that?
Oh, Andrew. Hallelujah. Andrew might know. Thank you, Andrew.
Good evening, Select Board. Andrew McNichol, Community Development Director. I don't know of any mechanisms to pay back a state grant once awarded. And once you put the land in perpetuity, as we say, perpetuity is a long time, it would require an act of legislation to reverse that. So that's not an easy process, nor do I think has it been done. So I don't think that that's a viable option.
Thank you, Andrew. See,
he's just there, lurking.
He's just there.
I'm so grateful.
Y'all are.
Yes.
So were you all good with this one? Moving on.
Okay, great. Article 12 was Sunday sales of alcohol, and this is just Sunday sales, Christmas Day, the last Monday in May, Memorial Day, or the day following those particular holidays where it occurs on a Sunday. So Christmas, when the day after falls on a Sunday. So that's just moving liquor sales from noon to 10 a.m. I think we already
That's for all days, right? Other than...
Yeah, it's just, because right now we can only start selling at noon on Sundays because we haven't accepted this piece of law.
Yeah.
Okay. Article 14.
And 13, your step skipper.
We already talked about Article 13 last time.
TPA. Did anybody have any follow-up on that?
I did skip it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I just want to see that one. Okay, yeah, so on that one, it does say ad hoc. Okay, so Article 14. Can you pull that up, Addie? A little bit higher.
Scroll.
There you go, so it's kind of split onto these two. So the first one is create a new special purpose stabilization fund to be called the School Department Adaptive Programming Stabilization Fund for the purpose of supporting the provision of adaptive programming with the school department by providing funding for coaches, athletic trainers, support staff, officials, and referees, transportation, equipment expenses, and any other expenses intended to support the program. This is the same language as we had before. At the bottom, it says dedicate at least 25%, but no more than 50% of rental payments received from the lease of the Burbank Ice Arena to said school department, stabilization fund. Effective for FY27 beginning on July 1, 2026. And then create pursuant to the same a new special purpose stabilization fund to be called the Recreation Department Adaptive and Therapeutic Programming Stabilization Fund. And it's the same thing, same language with the same apportionment.
Yeah, so that seems like it would add up to 100.
It could add up to 100. That's right. So the minimum would be 50, and it could add up to 100.
We'll just get clarification on that after.
Yep, we'll get clarification. Okay, so that's Article 14.
So technically, it may not be funded until the following March.
It may or may not ever be funded.
Correct, but according to the lease, the payments are due March 15th of whatever year it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless the foundation decides to give money.
Right.
Which wouldn't go into the stabilization fund.
It wouldn't ever be a gift.
Right. So you'll get some language clarification on that from Ivrea when she comes on later. Article 15. This is for the Parker Turf Field. This is an 18-year-old field, heavy use. And it also includes the bleachers there. That is a $1.7 million appropriation. And it's in our capital planning. So it's planned for. Okay. Are there any questions related to that? Okay. Article 16 is the sewer pump stations. There's the Joseph Way sewer station and the Brewer Lane sewer.
Karen, yeah.
So it's in our capital plan. That's awesome. Except our bank money is running out. Are we planning to borrow for that Because we don't have free cash to do that without.
I believe it would be a borrowing.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, okay, so with the water and sewer pump station, I'm sorry, the sewer pump station, the Joseph Way station is 51 years old. 1974 was a good year in 1974. I was born in 1974. And then the Brewer Lane was built in 1979.
I was born in 1979, Jane.
Congratulations. Okay, so the Brewer Lane, so is the Brewer Lane. So that is $3.1 million. That, and I need to.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Does that come from our water and sewer funds?
From the not the reserve,
It's the capital.
I'm having a moment. I can't remember the word. It's not revolving fund. It's not stabilization fund. It's the
enterprise.
There it is. The enterprise fund. Thank you.
Perfect. And this was planned as well.
Yes. Yep. For a long time. Okay. Article 17 was Ollie's law.
Yep.
Okay. The town clerk spoke at length about that last time, and then the last one is the removal of certain town meeting members. This is the last article.
Any questions on this?
Okay, so pending the language of Article 14.
Yeah, so I'll just take public comment on this, and then we're going to table it till Liberia comes on, just for clarification. So anyone have any public comment on the town warrant? Anyone online, Maddie?
Nobody's hands raised.
Can we get a motion to table the vote to close the warrant for the annual town election at town meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Carlo. Any discussion? All those in favor? 5-0. Great. All right. 9:05. Ahead of schedule is discuss 26 select board retreat date, page 62 in the packet.
62. I thought it was
62, not 67. 62. So Maddie's bringing that up.
Okay. So this was a memo I sent to the board just looking ahead at FY27. And in the past, the board has set retreats here and there. I was thinking it might be a good idea to get ahead of it this year and give the board some time to come together before the summer, build on the energy coming out of town meeting, and start having the conversations about, what do we want to do about an override? What do we want that to look like? How do we want staff to look at budgets? What kinds of goals the board is looking to do? So take some time and set a retreat early. If you wanted to set a second retreat in the fall, you could do that as well. But so this is my raising the conversation with the board to see if there is an appetite to set up a meeting in May, potentially.
Melissa.
I read your memo. I think it's a great idea for many reasons. After the election, I think it's great to review policy and update any new members that may join the board. And then at that point, also discuss changing any policies we want to change, and also the town situation of override discussion, goals. I think right after election in the spring is a fantastic time to do it. So support doing a May one before the summer too, which I think is easier for people.
Karen?
I agree. I think it's great. I think when we had the one in November, was it November? October?
It was, I think it was November 1st.
I had originally thought that it would be good to give the new board members, if there are any, some time to get acclimated, but I've since changed my mind. Partly because I thought it was a really good opportunity to talk with one another in a different environment, and I thought it was great. I learned a lot, and I thought it was a nice. I think 2 a year wouldn't be a bad thing either. I think you readjust a couple times a year, and thank you for putting it forward.
I think that the reason that Jane brought this up, 'cause she mentioned it to me, and I said the same thing. Like, what makes sense? I mentioned that maybe the first Saturday out of town meeting. So if town meeting was scheduled till April 30th, maximum, then the first Saturday, the select board would be scheduled after that in May, whatever date that is. So we keep it consistent on the schedule, not just for us, for future boards. So we know when this is going to happen every year. Because, yeah, it was up in the air. Some years we've done it, some years we haven't. So it's good to be structured. The big reason she brought this up is because it has to get scheduled already in advance, because you said the lead time and all of that is going to get chaotic. So that's the big thing. And yes, I agree with Melissa, reviewing select board policies and doing it there as opposed to taking up these meetings. Absolutely. It seems like the perfect time. Perhaps new members have some different input on the way that we handle things. Perhaps they don't. But I'm kind of good with this, and I'd like to see it. I don't know if we can do 2 a year. It's hard getting one, especially with it being a Saturday, that we can all agree on a date for. But we have to at least minimum do 1 a year. And if we can kind of carve that out for historical purposes, it'd be great. Anybody else?
No, I think it's a good idea.
All right. Any public comment on Karen? Yes.
I'd prefer to wait and let we see what the board looks like and then schedule a date, because you just may be making plans that have to be changed. I'm concerned some of these items, they're super important for the board. I don't know that they should be discussed in a retreat. I think some of them, like budget strategy and board goal setting, may be better off done in a very public setting. So, and if you're planning on filming it, then it's not a retreat. And there are some other things that the select board could work on in a retreat. But yeah, so my thought is that we don't know what the select board's going to look like, and it's a little premature to schedule that now.
Is that it? Yep. So like I mentioned, that Jane has to start scheduling stuff now in advance, because of this may end up turning into June, July, August. So that is kind of why we're looking at doing it now. There's no vote, but I think Jane's going to take a consensus of the current board, how we feel, and schedule things accordingly, because we got to keep things going. So
yeah. So and 28 budgeting. So we're finishing 27.
Those are just her ideas. We can change them. We can, you know what I mean? As long as it's...
Yeah. Because, you know, we've asked for more input on capital planning. Mm-hmm. That would be a good thing to do in the fall before Sharon spends her hours and hours doing capital planning, so that we're always coming in at the tail end. But, you know, I don't know what the board's going to look like after April 7th, so that date may not work.
I think the way that we should currently do it, we can't deal with whataboutisms. I'd like to see it scheduled for May 2nd, which is the first Saturday in May. If people can't make it, new board members, existing board members, it is what it is. But I think that we have to get stuff scheduled. And that's my take.
Just a point of information. The budget process for FY28, any fiscal year, starts in July. Like we start early, and Sharon has us working early, and she does a lot in the summertime. So my only thought is to just give the select board some runway to get ahead of it, and set the policy direction where you want to go, and you know, then you'll report out to the community in your meetings.
That's the biggest thing, is that after the election and town meeting, obviously it may be the same, it may be different kind of thing, but I think that the board has to come together, agree on a set of policies that's going to work going forward for that select board at the time, and try to adhere to them. I know Jane said that we could re-sign our code of conduct, is what you had mentioned, like in our select board policies. So just that kind of relationship building thing, with regardless who's on the board at the time. It just sets the tone for that year going forward. I think if we set the tone earlier back in May, maybe things would have been different. Maybe everyone's great how things have gone. Maybe they're not. But I think you set the tone early and you stick with it. That goes for me, and I don't speak for anybody else, but absolutely, whatever comes out of that's going to be the tone that board is going to take going forward. But I'd like to see it happen on May 2nd, and we'll go from there.
When is the last day of town meeting scheduled right now?
The Thursday before, I think it's the 29th
Okay.
or 30th. I'm sorry, I don't know if that's the right date.
Is that the last day of town meeting?
Yeah, the
I thought it was April 30th is what I thought we had.
Oh, I'm sorry, it is April 30th. I apologize. No. I have it as Wednesday the 29th. Is that correct?
No, Thursday.
I thought we went into May. Don't we schedule like 4 nights at least?
Yeah, we do.
Starting really late. It goes
We
into May.
scheduled 4 nights.
Okay, wait, hold on. Oh, you're right. Disregard.
Yeah. I think town meeting night 4 is slated for May 7th.
Yep.
Is it? Okay.
On my calendar for May 7th.
Correct. I was looking at the first 2 nights, not the last.
Right. Maybe we'll just do the first 2 nights this year.
You're gonna
Fly through it.
You're right.
So worst case scenario is May 7th is what you're saying?
May 7th is the 4th night.
Okay.
So May 9th would be the first.
May 9th. Okay. I think that trying to keep this succinct for all future select boards to know this is what you're signing on for. If you can't make the date, you cannot make the date. It is what it is. I don't know what I'm doing on May 9th. My wife hasn't told me yet. Maybe I'm away on vacation. Then I got to make a decision.
So why don't you just call it a placeholder and we'll take it up after the election?
Because Jane has to start scheduling things now. That's the problem.
Yeah, okay, because that date might need to change.
It might have
If I schedule something, I don't think I'll have to spend any money right now.
Okay.
I have a quick comment.
Yes.
2 of us on this board have kids in sports. So is Saturdays in May going to be a problem?
I don't have a problem conflict right now.
I don't have a problem until I get home.
Well, placeholder's fine, and we'll leave it there, I think. Move on.
Okay.
All right. Public comment on the select board retreat. Angela, 2 minutes to an address.
Angela Binder, Orchard Park Drive. I don't know what's on the agenda. You mentioned override policies, discussion, and goals. As a very active citizen with discussions of override, I would really like to see that happen in a regular scheduled select board meeting. I think that that's really important for people to hear what the select board have to say. If you're discussing your policies, maybe that's fine for retreat. I'm not sure what traditionally has been discussed at retreats. I thought that they were more team building exercises, that kind of thing. But policies and goals are something that I think people would be very interested. I'm interested in hearing. I think FinCom, people want to know what the select board are thinking about those things. And is it possible to film these meetings? Because I did attend the last retreat, and it has been brought up that things were discussed. I don't remember them being discussed. I actually have 16 pages of notes, and I asked somebody else. So I did go back, and I was trying to figure out, so, you know, are retreats filmed? Could they be filmed? Are there public meetings? I mean, I understand that there could be difficulty with, you want an atmosphere where people are able to come together and discuss things in a collegial way. But if you're going to be doing that and you don't want it filmed, then I feel like it really can't have town business be really a part of that. So those are my comments, that if you're going to be discussing things. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody online, Maddie?
I don't see anyone with their hand raised.
All right, that was just a discussion, so we will move on to discuss and vote on letter regarding legislative audit, page 63 in the packet.
Can I just make there's an error on my part on this letter. So it should be that the Reading voters approved question 1 by 65.99%, and the statewide vote was 71.4%. So that would just need to be changed if this gets approved tonight, but I just wanted to make that clarification. That was my fault.
So 72.03 is really 65.99?
Correct.
Okay.
And then the state total was 71.4.
No, you said it backwards. The state is, they're both a little bit less.
No, I said it that right. State was 71.4%.
Which is less.
And Reading was 65.99%.
Which is less.
But it's swapped.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of swapped, yeah. But I just wanted to make that clarifying comment. But.
All right, so you were the one that wanted to bring this forward.
I did want to bring this forward. I think it's important that we as a board, support what the Reading residents asked for. And I think it's a big topic right now in the state. Doing a little research on this, I found it very interesting that Massachusetts is only one of 4 states that really doesn't follow the legislation, I should say, doesn't follow like public record law. So you can't request legislators, you can't do a PRR on a legislator, but they can do them on us. And we don't see their financials ever. They do their own private audit. And, it's clear not only did Reading residents support this audit, but the residents of Massachusetts did. So I think I would like to see this letter go. So we are supporting what the residents of Reading asked for to the legislation and see if we can move the needle at all.
Board members, any questions?
No, I'm good with it.
All right. My comments on this, it's very simple. The town approved Killam and Recal questions last year. If the 5 of us decided that, you know what, we're not going to do it. That's what's happening with the audit. That the state approved something and people are just making their own decisions, determinations, interpretations of how things should be done. If the 5 of us up here decided to stop playing games with the warrant, not putting things on, and voting against them and all that, clearly something would happen from that. But here we are discussing something that happened a year ago. The audit is never going to happen. Ever. I don't know why we have an auditor who's doing a fantastic job who can't get the audit done that the people of not only Reading, but of the state have actually voted on. We're sitting over here, a millionaire's tax got approved. Why don't we hold off on that? Where's the red tape and the dragging our feet and doing all these things? Why didn't that get done? But on the audit, you might find extra money as well. We just have these apprehensions, and the comments that I hear from people publicly stating about this is, once again, wild to me that people can say this. It was approved by the state. It was approved by Reading. We absolutely should be going forward with this. It's how anybody can disagree with that. You might not have voted for it, but that's the way that it goes. Just like Killam is going forward and Recal is going forward, regardless of how any of us up here felt about the thing. It was the will of the voters. And this is just unbelievable that the will of the voters isn't being endorsed on this. It's unacceptable. If any one of us did that up here, we'd get called out. We get called out for other things all the time, but any games with that being played up here, absolutely. So,
motion, Karen.
That's where I'm at.
Move to approve the letter.
So let me just public comment on auditing. It'd be one thing to not take public comment on the audit. Anybody in the room for the audit? Anybody online, Maddie, with the audit?
Nobody online.
Karen, you have something else?
Yeah, I haven't really looked into this. I probably did vote for it. But apparently the Attorney General has not backed this, and, you know, so it does say that the House Speaker and the Senate President, to whom this letter is addressed, are feeling that it violates the separation of powers outlined in the state constitution, and the auditor lacks authority, and they're backed up by the Attorney General. So, I mean, that's a reasonable reason why it hasn't happened. Yeah.
Well,
Can I just again point out that Massachusetts is only one of 4 states in the entire country that does not audit their legislature and not allow like public record requests. That's a problem. Us sitting here today that get paid 0 can be, you know, PR'd at any moment. That's a problem. And it was very clear. Reading voters supported it. Massachusetts state voters supported it.
Yeah, I think the fact that Attorney General might say something's unconstitutional or whatever, I don't want to go down the avenue of MBTA communities. All of a sudden we have to do that. That's okay. And we can just keep kicking this can along the road. Like, the voters approve this. It is your job to institute it. I don't care which way you do it, or if you think it's illegal, or you want to do X, Y, Z. You are instituting it. Do I have the option of not building a $30 million retail building? I do not. That is what the voters voted for, and that is what we are going to get. And it came under bid, so it's like 27. So, like, it's the same thing. It's just very basic. We voted, therefore you shall do it. And I don't care what you have to do to get it done. And you know what it takes to get a question on the ballot, all those signatures, and then get it actually passed, and then just to be like, just kidding? No thanks. So I am wholeheartedly for this, and I wish Diana, I have no clue, never met, the very best for this. But she's in a state where they're not going to let this happen.
Ready?
Do you have a motion?
Move to approve the letter before the board to the state legislature in support of implementing the audit of the Massachusetts legislature as approved by a majority of the voters of the Commonwealth on question 1 of the November 2024 ballot as presented.
As amended.
As amended, because we changed the percentages that I screwed up.
Apologies, as amended.
Second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? 5 seconds.
Mr. Chairman, we will amend the letter, and then do you want to come in and sign it, or do you want us to use the stamps? Use stamp. Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, moving on to discussing vote on volunteer boards and committee appointments. Page 64 on the packet. So Melissa and Karen Rose Gillis, you did this round.
We had 4 days and evenings of interviews, correct?
I think it was 4.
And they were fantastic. We did a lot of them in person this time, which is great to sit and chat with people and see them face to face, and some were online or Zoom as well. I believe they were we agreed on all of the,
yeah.
All of them were agreed on. If you want us to go through, we did have, so there, for the new Commission on Disability, there were 5 full members and 3 associate members. We had a fantastic group of residents that volunteered for that, and all would be fantastic for it. So I think there was 2 people.
There was 2 that were not selected. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yes, there was 2 residents that were not selected, but both of us would encourage them to attend meetings because I think that they could still give great input to that commission. We were just limited to only 8 members.
And we tried to balance it based on their experiences and made sure that not it wasn't heavy in any one particular area. So there's a really diverse group of people.
Yeah, we try to touch all
Yeah.
bases.
So even that was unanimous out of the 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And there was one gentleman who was going for the housing authority, which there wasn't a position, but we interviewed him anyway, and I thought he'd be really good on the Housing Affordable Trust. So I encouraged him to attend the next meeting for that.
Board members, any questions on the appointments?
No, I read it. I think we should just approve the whole.
Anyone from the public have anything on the volunteer appointments? Anybody online, Maddie?
Nobody online.
Do you have a motion, Karen?
So am I reading them all in a row, or are we approving them all as a
How
bunch
did-
or individual?
I didn't see how it was drafted. I kind of remember going over this previously.
We've done it both ways.
Yeah.
We don't have an issue, but we've had an issue the past several years.
I think it's best just for the public that you just read the names anyway. And you
Oh, I'm
can
going to read the names, but do you want me to stop after each name and everybody take a vote, or we take?
Oh, no, the whole thing. Whole thing.
Okay.
Yep.
Move to appoint volunteers to the various boards and committees for the specific terms as outlined in the VASC recommendations. Appoint Mark Ortons to the Climate Advisory Committee, term date effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2027, partial term. Appoint Courtney Anderson as an associate member to the Climate Advisory Committee, term date effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2027, partial term. Appoint Michael Muscella, apologies for reading anything incorrectly in advance, to the Commission on Disabilities, term date effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2029. Appoint John Halsey to the Commission on Disabilities, term effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2029. Appoint Jean Capuccio to the Commission on Disabilities, term date effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2028. Appoint Mara Drummy to the Commission on Disabilities, term date effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2028. Appoint Michelle Klopper to the Commission on Disabilities, term date effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2027. Appoint Michelle Greenwald as an associate member to the Commission on Disabilities, term date effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2028. Appoint Nicole Hunt as an associate member to the Commission on Disabilities, term date effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2028. Appoint Joe Benassi as an associate member to the Commission on Disabilities, term date effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2027. Appoint Ron Powell to the Council on Aging, term date effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2027, partial term. Appoint Kate Harrington to the Council on Aging, term date effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2028, partial term. Appoint John O'Neill to the Council on Aging as an associate member, term date effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2026, partial term. Appoint Alicia Williams to the Recreation Committee as an associate member, term date effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2026, partial term. Appoint Nancy Zemlak to the Recreation Committee as an associate member, term date effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2026, partial term. Appoint Ken Grizel to the Town Forest Committee as an associate member, term date effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2026, partial term. Appoint Catherine Zorifsky to the Town Forest Committee as an associate member, term date effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2026, partial term. Appoint Kenneth Grizel to the Trails Committee as an associate member, term date effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2026, partial term.
Second. Any discussion? Saying none.
I have no discussion about the appointees. They were fabulous, but I do want to thank Jackie for all of her work, because this is like herding cats and getting resumes together and interviews, and she's phenomenal. So I really want to thank her for her time.
And through a blizzard, because we had to
And through a blizzard. So it's a really complicated scheduling, and she's just awesome. So I really wanted to point that out.
Second that, yes.
No, it's good to see all. I mean, that is a lot of people before a June scenario. So I appreciate you all taking the time, effort, and energy, especially the people stepping up for like a month or two. You know what I mean? Because the term's expiring. So
we get to meet them again.
So I seconded it.
Some
Any
discussion.
discussion? All those in favor? 5-0. All right, moving on to the discuss and vote to authorize the acting town manager to execute certain contracts relating to the High Street construction project and the Reading Center for Active Living project, including contracts valued in excess of $500,000, page 102 in the packet. Jane, did you?
Sure. So there are two contracts that are coming up. The first one I alluded to earlier this evening, that is the downtown phase 2 improvements project. That is to make improvements to High Street. You can see some of the project imagery there. There's a.
Let me just stop you, Jane, real quick. I realize I will be recusing myself from this. So, Melissa.
Okay. So it has a rock wall. It has another stamped concrete area that's raised up a little bit. And we want to award a contract to J. Marchese and Sons Incorporated. The estimated contract value is $4,037,410. It's about an 18-month construction project. And so that they opened the bids. That was the low bid. That does not include the ad alternate, which was to mill and overlay Haven Street. So depending on how it comes in, it could be done with a change order later. This was approved at town meeting in April 2025. And so the funding, it's all internally funded. There's no borrowing for this fund. And the $250,000 grant that we just got is for this project.
And what was the original budget that was approved by town meeting?
$4 million. $4 million. So and that budget was developed a little bit ago. Remember, we kind of talked a lot about it a little while. So it came in just over what was appropriated, but the $250,000 puts us well over what we have. And I've put in the packet the source of funding, but for the purposes of the record, would you like me to read them into the record? Or it'll be in the minutes.
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay, so we have the Smart Growth Stabilization Fund for $234,726.18. Our sustainability account of $400,000. Remaining funds from the West Street Tip Project, $313,944.35, and the downtown water main improvements, which is $451,329.47, and the $250,000 federal earmark that we just received from Seth Moulton's through his office. And then there's also some stormwater operating funds that we could, from the enterprise fund, that we could put to this project because there was stormwater work being done as part of this project.
Okay, great. Thanks.
We got a grant for this, right?
We just got a $250,000 earmark for this.
So we got, when we going to do it with 6-7 million, we got money. Pretty sure we got money for this.
Oh, yes, we got Complete Streets money. That's correct. I beg your pardon.
That was a lot of money, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was 1.6 million.
That was a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's going towards this.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's correct.
Do board members have any other questions on this contract?
Not on the contract. Can I, are we going to talk about this another time?
This particular
project. I just want to make sure that the stores in the area, like, is there going to be, advance notice, because it's really going to impact them greatly, and I know there's some concern. So
Yeah,
I just want
already started that internal planning staff.
Okay,
last week
just
actually.
letting you know this kind of a thing, because it's going to be complicated.
It really is, and we want to make sure that if there's paving going on directly in front of somebody's business, that they know if there's going to be difficulty getting access, that might be a good week to plan a vacation or something like that. So they're not paying staff and it's hard to get in. And we'll also route traffic, appropriately around so we can get into Brandy Court if we're, because Haven Street's not being worked on unless we do the ad alternate. Haven Street would be nice to pave because it's in rough shape. But yeah.
So they will do things like they did at CVS, where you go in the wrong way to kind of get into stuff. Okay.
It will coordinate with, public safety, 100%.
Okay, thanks.
Karen?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked. Poor Kevin, our economic development director at Virginia's opening, I chewed his ears off about like doing everything he could to be proactive with the business owners and mitigate it, because it was the last time we worked down in Lower Haven. It was rough for them, and he assured me that he's on it. So I was like, phew, they'll be so grateful.
Thank you for that. He absolutely has a seat at the table, and he's driving a lot of those conversations, and he's talking to businesses all the time, and he's doing a good job of representing them in those meetings. So, no, 100%.
Great, fantastic.
So this is the first contract that I'm asking for direction to sign, and the second one is coming up soon. It's for recal. We've put in the packet the bid tabulations, so you can see those. This is we want to award this to J&J Contractors. That is currently with legal counsel, and we're not sure if it'll be ready like later this week or next week, but we wanted to be able to have the latitude to sign it for the following meeting if it was ready, so that we could move quickly. There's just some minor things that they're working on, so we think it'll be ready soon.
Okay, that's fantastic.
So that's a total contract value with the two ad alternates this time. And the two ad alternates, just so you know, are the extension of Range Road and the solar PV system on the roof. And so that total is $19,357,000, and that's 2.5, almost $2.6 million less than the appropriation from town meeting, or a savings of almost 12%.
Fantastic, great. Any questions for Jane on these?
No.
Any public comment? Maddie, any public comment online?
Nobody online.
A motion for approving Jane to sign these contracts, potentially?
We do. Move to authorize the acting town manager to execute Downtown Phase 2 improvements project and Reading Center for Active Living recal construction projects.
Second.
Seconded by Carlo. Any discussion with the board? All those in favor? 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chris can come back in. Darius.
I just wanted to let the board know that town council has arrived to the Zoom.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
She doesn't know what she's getting herself into yet.
I think she knows.
Okay.
Well, she knows.
So what do we want to do? Go back to the two warrant things while it's early? And, I mean, the lease and the other thing, and just square that away before we move on to the next item?
Yeah. Can I just make a suggestion?
Yeah.
I think that if we just solidify that the warrant article wording is correct, we can just mimic that in the lease and call it a day.
I guess
But that's my only.
for me, I just want clarification regarding that.
So we should read Ivrea into where we are.
Yeah, just on that one. I think that's the only issue that we all had, right? There's no other warrant items, just that plus the lease. So, yeah.
Okay, so Ivrea. So there was discussion, the board had some discussion on the rent portion of the lease agreement. They want to, in the lease agreement that we're looking at, it is a stabilization fund singular. And it says dedicate up to 50%, but not less than 25%. And then in the warrant article, it is for two stabilization funds, which each say 25% not to exceed 50%.
Right.
So the board wants to know if there is harmony. It feels like there might be some disharmony with the singular stabilization fund in the third section under rent. And so they wanted you to speak to that and see if they needed to make an amendment to that. The board also expressed a desire to reduce the contingency reserve figure from 500,000 to 415,000, maintaining all the other language. But,
okay.
Yeah, so that's it. You're caught up.
Yeah, so for the 415 versus 500, that's a policy decision. We can definitely present that to Burbank and see what they say to that. In regards to the stabilization fund, this language that's in the rent agreement, in the lease agreement, is actually more favorable to the town. It just requires us to put forth one stabilization fund, providing 25%, not more than 50% of the funds received through rent payments to go to that stabilization fund. We have elected to put forth two stabilization funds to town meeting. So we are complying with the provisions of the lease amendment by putting forth the two. We're not obligated to do so.
So if town meeting were to change the Article 14 and amend it to be just one stabilization fund, we are still within harmony.
Exactly.
And if town meeting were to fail the Article 14 altogether, do we still have a hold harmless within the lease?
Exactly, yes, because it says here that it's contingent upon town meeting approval.
Thank you.
So that covers
where people, if there were questions about why the 25%, under state law, under general law, chapter 40, section 5B, you have to dedicate at least 25% of any funds that are going to be dedicated to the fund, to the stabilization fund. 25% of those have to go in.
So Ivrea, we had a couple things. We can't add on another 10 years to the lease. 30 years was the max. That was correct? Is that the deal?
Right. We can't add to the term of the lease. We'd have to go through procurement again.
Right. So the other thing was that I don't know if you can see it up on the screen. Carla wanted to change it to 100%, but not less than 50%. Other people have that interpreted that that's already happening. Where are we with that?
So,
because there's two, 50 and 50 would be 100. So like, where are we at with that?
So this says that we have to dedicate up to 50%. I think what Carlo is asking is, what if we do 50% to each fund, so thereby 100% of the rental proceeds go to the stabilization fund? Is that a violation of this provision? Is that the question?
No, just does that seem like that makes sense? That if we wanted to make that 100 and then the other number 50, Melissa and other board members are interpreting that that's already the case, that it's 50 and 50 already, so we're not changing anything. Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
well, I think actually how she just explained it is different. So how Ivrea just explained it is she's saying the wording that's currently there
for one fund
is 25 up to 50. Mm-hmm. If we go to town meeting and create two funds, then we just take 50% and split it between two funds, if that was the maximum amount. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yeah, and I think you could also potentially, I think if there's concern that town meeting may want to dedicate additional funds over 50% of the rental payments, we can talk to Burbank about striking and dedicate up to 50%. We can just have it be no less than 25%, and then let town meeting decide how high it needs to go. But I don't think there's any harm in going above the 50%. All this provision is saying is that we have to at least present a fund up to 50%. If we want to do something above and beyond that with the remainder of the rental payments, we can do that. That's our choice.
So it is kind of Carlo's way of thinking, not the Melissa. I don't know. You weren't here, Ivrea. We are all interpreting this every which way. So
yeah, I guess. So if there's, I mean, I guess the question is, the 50% cap was inserted, I think, I have to defer to Jane, and I don't know, Jane, if you were in the rooms with Matt when he had these conversations, but I think there was some compromise language occurring here. And so if the board is feeling like town is going to consider potentially donating or dedicating up to 100% of the revenue from the rent, we can just strike the cap.
Karen, you seem more confused than.
I am more confused. I think there's two sides. Some people aren't going to want any of the money given to Unified Sports, and some people want it all to go. So we're in a really big pickle. And I saw this, which maybe you did just explain it, but I saw this as it could be up to 50% for the fund, 100 grand, 50,000. We take the 50,000 and then we go back to our 2 and it's 25 in each bucket.
Which I think is what it is.
Okay.
Like, I think.
That's what I interpreted as I read it. So,
I think that was always the intention, but Carlo just mentioned, or maybe it was Chris, sorry, it was hard to hear, that there was some consideration of potentially doing 50% to each stabilization fund.
Yes, so changing the number to 100 instead of 50.
Right.
Yes.
Well, it can't be more than 100.
Correct.
But my point is that right now, unless it's been changed, I wasn't on for the warrant article discussion, but right now it's drafted so each fund is between 25 and 50% individually. So they could go up to 50 and 50.
So Ivrea, to make this simple, can we change it from 50% to 100 and the 25 to 50, yes or no?
Yes, those are policy decisions for the board.
Okay. So it's not illegal. We're not doing some weird stuff. We could make it 100 and we can't make it 50. And that would satisfy 100%, meaning, but no less than 50, which means.
Right. If you wanted to do 50% as the minimum and 100% as the maximum, you could do that. That is a policy decision. The only thing that the law precludes is dedicating less than 25% of any revenue source to a particular fund.
Ivrea, clarifying question. I'm sorry. And maybe it's me that's confused here. So if we change this to a minimum of 50 and a maximum of 100%, and the rent payment was $100,000, $25,000 would then go to each stabilization fund. Is that correct?
No.
It depends on how the vote of the stabilization fund reads.
Okay, so don't go to the stabilization funds. If we said minimum 50, maximum 100, and the rent payment is $100,000, and we took 50% because that's the minimum.
Yeah.
$50,000 for the funds total, correct?
Right. We would need to change. If you're going to do 50% and 100%, then I would change it to be amongst any funds. And so then of that $50,000, we would put $25,000 in one stabilization fund, and we would put another $25,000 in the other stabilization fund. And the vote at town meeting would be to dedicate 25% of all rental payments into one of the funds and 25% into the other fund. Does that make sense, Melissa?
I think so. Jane has a question, but I think if I'm understanding you correctly, the wording in the lease agreement, whatever percentage we put in is the total amount that will then be split between the funds.
Yes, I think that if you are going to increase it though, so that it's 50% and 100%, we would want to clarify that it would be the total of amongst any fund. So it could be 2 stabilization funds, it could be 3 stabilization funds, as long as the requisite percentage of the rent payments are being dedicated to those stabilization funds. Right now, we would automatically comply with this provision because you have to dedicate 25% to each fund. And so we would necessarily be meeting these terms. But if you're going to set the minimum at 50%, I would want to clarify that the amount is amongst the various stabilization funds.
Equally apportioned or something.
Yes. So I think we'll take a motion first on changing the number from 100 to 50, as well as language Ivrea just incorporated.
Can I just ask one more clarifying question? I'm sorry.
Yes.
So Ivrea, I just was processing what you just said, and if I just understood what you just said correctly, is that the way a stabilization fund works is that we would minimally have to put 25% of the rent payment into each fund anyway, correct?
Correct. That you cannot dedicate less than 25% of any revenue source to any one particular stabilization fund. That's set by state law. So anything else you want to put in there, that's a policy decision. But if you're creating a stabilization fund and dedicating a revenue source to it, 25% of that revenue source needs to go to that fund.
Okay.
I have a question before you go on.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question was brought up by a member earlier in the evening, and I'm not sure my answer was correct. At town meeting for Article 14, annually, when do they set the percentage?
Ivrea, do you have an answer?
Percentage of what, Jane?
So we're giving a range, 25% to 50%.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're going to set these funds up for that range. And then next year, when do they choose the amount, or does the board choose the amount? Or
no, there's no choosing. So you set the range, you set a specific percentage at town meeting. So you may vote 30% of all rental payments are going to each fund. And so then you get your rent check from Burbank, and at that point you put 30% into one account and 30% into the other account.
Okay. So
and the next year you do the same, unless town meeting votes to change the amount so dedicated, and there's time limits on when they can change it.
Okay, so they don't set it every single year. They set it one year, and then they come back another time in the future if they want to change that limit.
If they want to change it, yeah. And I think you have to wait a year, maybe two. I can double check that.
Okay, thank you. That was correct. Okay.
All right. So with the very happy people outside, I guess first we'll take so Harlow made a motion. He wants it to be 100% and 50%. I will second that. So first we'll take a vote on that, and then we'll go to the overall lease in general with Ivrea's additional language that she carved out. So all those in favor of 100% and 50% numbers with Ivrea's changes, all those in favor?
Clarifying question, sorry. You keep saying 150, but really it's a minimum of 50% with a maximum of all the 100% of them.
I'm saying the numbers that were up on the screen where it said,
which is a minimum and a maximum, correct?
Yes.
Up to 50 and then, no less than 25.
It starts with the up to
language.
Oh.
Up to 100.
At a minimum is 50%.
Minimum of 50.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. So all those in favor with that change? All those opposed? 3-2. So now we'll go on to the overall lease in general with that done.
Mr. Chairman, what about the 415,000 in the?
I think we're all in agreement with that, right?
Okay,
so Ivrea, real quick, time is money. We wanted the 500,000 change to 415 plus the CPI. Carl McFadden was in here earlier. He mentioned they'll probably be good with that because it's already at 417. So we're kind of going with 415. You're going to tell me it's a policy decision, Chris. I am going to say thank you, Ivrea.
Correct. Yeah, policy decision for the board.
Okay. But we're voting with that change specifically, being the 415 now, right? It's 415 and then everything else.
You have to change it because it's 500.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear.
So do you want to take a vote on the 415 and then a vote on the whole thing again?
I think we should.
Okay. So all those in favor with the 415,000 reserve fund with the CPI language still being there? All those in favor? 5-0. So now going back to the overall agreement with those changes, do you have a motion here?
Which document are we talking about?
We're going back to the
First
lease
Amendment.
agreement.
Yes, the first lease amendment, then we'll get to the
Move to approve the First Amendment to the lease agreement, in which lease agreement is entitled Lease Agreement hyphen Operation and Management of the Nelson S. Burbank Ice Arena as amended today.
Second by Melissa. Any discussion? I just want to briefly, Carlo touched on the Burbank memo that we all got that we'll put in the packet for the minutes for this meeting, but I'm just going to read what was sent. It says, Dear Dr. Milachevsky, I was recently made aware of the adaptive and unified sports program that exists in Reading. I've asked to suggest that a portion of the profits of the Burbank Ice Arena be allocated for these programs. When founding the Ice Arena, one of my father, Nelson Burbank's objectives was to have a profitable rink which would benefit local sports programs, particularly for the benefit of all local youth, including those with disabilities. And learning about these programs, I know my dad would have been very supportive. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact me. Best regards, Peter N. Burbank of the Burbank Wealth Management Fund. Any other questions, Karen?
So I guess, so Mr. Burbank has a son, Nelson Jr. I guess just let the record reflect that just one of the sons weighed in on this.
Thank you, Karen. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
I'm not sure where.
It is what you read the motion on. The amendment.
Which is separate than what we just voted on.
We didn't vote yet. We only voted on the change.
We only voted on changes.
Okay.
Now we're on the overall amendment.
Okay, I got you now.
All right, so all those in favor? 5.
I think we have to vote on the
Parking amendment.
yeah, for Jane to sign.
Yep.
Next.
Do you have a motion for that, Karen?
You. Move to authorize the acting town manager to execute a master license agreement between the town of Reading and the Reading Ice Arena Authority, Inc., related to parking at the Burbank Ice Arena and other town-owned land off Range Road as presented today.
Okay.
Second by Melissa. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? 5-0. All right, so we'll move on to the warrant. Ivrea, we were kind of leery on that same Article 14, but we kind of changed the language here. Do we have to change it in the warrant now? On page, where are we?
You don't have to touch the warrant article. Article 14 is fine. I think the one thing that you'll have to do is set the specific percentage to dedicate to each fund. And that can be done in the warrant or it can be done in the motions. Right now it's drafted broadly, so it's really up to the board how it would like to proceed.
I think that we should change it in here so it reflects our thoughts. It doesn't mention the $400,000 scenario, the CPIs. It just mentions the 25 and 50% numbers. So that's how we would feel that we should change it in here.
Sorry, just to clarify, Chris. So right now it's drafted where it says we'll dedicate at least 25%, but no more than 50% to each of the funds. At town meeting needs to vote to dedicate a specific percentage. So you can leave the article as is, but the motion would need to say like vote to dedicate 25% or vote to dedicate 35%, however much you want, but the motion needs to be exact. Does that make sense?
Are you saying that for now or at town meeting? Because now we're just voting on the warrant in general. No one's asking.
That's fine, as long as the board eventually chooses a number, and that number needs to go into the motion.
At town meeting.
The warrant article is fine.
So we don't have to change the warrant article, even though we just voted on the number to be 50 and 100.
Yes, because
it's 25 and 50 in each fund.
It's already 50 and 100.
Okay.
The only thing that I do note is that if for some reason, and I assume this won't happen, sorry, assume at town meeting, someone says, you know what, I don't want the rec department to get the funds. I only want the school department to get the funds, or I only want the rec department to get the funds. I don't want the school department. They would be prohibited from dedicating more than 50% of the rent payments to that one stabilization fund. So even if you're adopting one fund, that particular fund could still only get 50% unless you increase the 50% to 100. So I guess the thought for the board is there a risk that town meeting may only want one stabilization fund and put more than 50% in that particular fund, in which case we could amend 50 to 100 for both of those funds. But again, policy decision for the board.
How does everyone feel?
I think we don't know what's going to happen at town meeting. We don't know what the residents are going to want, but I do think that would need to be clarified if it got amended at town meeting that it was going to be only one fund, that I don't know.
I think the board could wait to determine the motion and come up with a figure for the motion. And you don't have to decide tonight.
That's fine, but my only point, Jane, is you couldn't create a fund with more than 50% of the rental payments based on how the article is drafted. So if there's any world in which you may want a fund, just one fund, and that fund to have more than 50% of the rental payments, then you would want to strike but no more than 50% and put in but no more than 100% for both 1 and 2 to give you maximum flexibility, because you'll be capped at that 50% for either of those funds.
We need to leave it to cover that scenario. I can't see that scenario happening, but
No, we need to change it to cover that.
Yeah, we need to change it.
We need to change it to cover.
So just the 50% to 100% in each article. It's just
in both 1 and 2 to give you maximum flexibility. If you're not ready to like lock down a number tonight, then that is the way to approach this in the most flexible manner.
Motion.
No, in the article.
In the article.
My take on this is we got to do it tonight. The select board is not taking another position on this other than town meeting making votes or whatever. We're not going to be changing things after the fact, or town meeting can do whatever they want.
So just to change those 2 to 100.
I think, in my opinion, it makes sense to put it to 100 because then it allows town meeting to make the decision of how they want to do this, and we're not putting any constraints on that. So.
Yeah. Other than that, are there any other changes or comments on any of the articles that we're voting on? Okay, so do we have a motion to change it, Article 14 from but no more than 50% to but no more than 100%?
I mean, no less than 50%.
No more.
Would we
say no more?
At least 50%, but no more than 100%.
No, I think it's still
at least 25%, but no more than 100%. That gives you maximum flexibility.
Because you can't have. Okay. Did you make the motion?
I said, does somebody want to? Right? Because this is just amendment to our current articles. So.
There you go. Do I second it?
Yes. Seconded by Karen Rose. So all those in favor? Any discussion? All those in favor? 5-0. Now to the entire warrant at once, right now, I mean, Jane, that's pretty much it.
Move to close the annual town meeting.
We already had discussion, Angela, on the warrant. So go ahead.
Sorry. Move to close the annual town meeting warrant consisting of 18 articles to take place on April 27th, 2026 as amended? As
yes.
amended.
Yep.
Second.
Seconded by Melissa. Any discussion? I would just like to point out that for Article 13, that I respect the amount of time, effort, and energy the CPA committee had put in, but as I've stated before, I am wholeheartedly against CPA at this time. Perhaps another time in Reading, perhaps not, but I'm still voting to put this forth to town meeting, but I am strongly opposed to passing CPA on this with a looming override that's going to happen. And I want nothing to jeopardize that. And any number, regardless of the figure, eats into that, whether or not people are going to be able to support things. We always are sitting here pinching pennies and trying to get so much out of taxes and everything else. So I'm against this. I'm still putting it forward to town meeting and then the voters to vote. So, any other discussion? Karen.
I appreciate your comments. The charter has instructs us to put forward all warrant articles brought forward by committees that either the charter or we have created. So I think I agree with you. The CPA committee has done a fabulous job. I'll put that in there. Thank you.
The clarification for that is any select board warrant would not have to go towards town meeting. We have voted certain items down before. We can vote them down again.
No, we're not.
This one, but you said select board as well as any ad hoc. And as I explained in the last meeting, we originally had select board on here, and I specifically had it removed because we could end up in jeopardy where perhaps we decided to vote this down. So I'm doing the right thing by just putting it forward, and we'll see what happens. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? 5-0. All right. Going back to regular agenda scenarios, 9:50, discuss and vote to amend the acting town manager's contract. And I just want to read something really quickly that Ivrea had mentioned to us, so we are all on notice regarding this. One sec. Sent me too many emails over here. So, regarding this agenda item, to avoid any concerns about improper disclosure of the open session discussion should be framed prospectively, meaning any member may take the same substantial points that they raised in the summary of the prior executive session we had. For example, members should not say, as I stated before, I believe X, but can say, I believe that the amendment is warranted because of X. So we're not allowed to disclose what may or may not have been said in executive session. So with that in mind, how I currently feel on this is I feel that we should be amending the acting town manager's contract accordingly, striking the line regarding the up to clause that was put in there currently. Board members, any discussion on that gray area where we cannot represent views that may or may not have happened before? Karen.
I am not in favor of this. The charter specifically says that the acting town manager has significantly less authority, and it is a temporary position. And the charter does say that the acting town manager shall have the authority to sign routine and necessary contracts. And this community is in the process of doing some significantly large construction works. And given the great presentation from our acting town manager tonight, I think abiding by the charter and not ignoring the charter is a good way to keep this municipal government very transparent and to keep our residents and businesses informed of what the select board is doing and how our projects are doing. And again, Jane, thank you for the excellent presentations. That was one of the fastest part of our meetings tonight. I certainly don't think this would slow down any processes or slow down any projects. Since we found ourselves in the position of having an acting town manager, we have been meeting weekly, and I assume this is going to continue for a bit. So I would certainly not want to slow down any projects or any contracts. I am also personally willing to get together for any kind of quick and dirty Zoom meeting just to keep town hall moving. I will not be blocking anything. Thank you.
Anyone else? How they currently feel? Melissa?
I am fine with striking, I'm fine with striking the limitation that was put in. I think that we are in a very precarious time in the town with multiple building projects going on, and I don't want to see any delays, and I have all the faith that Jane will bring all the contracts that are signed anyway to the select board. So I support striking that.
Anyone else?
So,
Karen?
do you foresee any delays as far as making this change?
I'm appreciative of the board and directing me to sign the contracts that we brought forward tonight. I don't have a particular opinion on the change in the contract. I think that I know we will have a number of DPW contracts coming up, town engineering contracts for paving. You know, those routine ones are always over $1 million. So it may require more meetings of the board in order to meet that need. Anything like that were to come up.
I mean, that's what I guess I'm getting at, because I don't know how often these things come up in front of you. And
we will have a number coming through this spring as we go through the procurement process for our routine summer construction projects. So there'll be a number of them coming forward. I don't have a number for you tonight. I wasn't prepared for that question.
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, because I do agree with Karen as far as transparency, which is super important right now, and so I'm kind of in the middle, honestly.
Carla?
Yeah, no offense, but I don't want to meet weekly. I really don't.
We have been lately. So.
But if we don't change this, that could be the case. Or these smaller Zoom meetings or whatever. And I know where the bosses, so to speak, of any town manager or acting, but we had an agenda item tonight, so I'm okay with. I understand Karen Herrick's point, I really do, but I think in the spirit of every day's different decisions have to be made, and most of them are procedural and standard, as far as paving, construction. We're approaching that season very quickly. I mean, potholes out there right now are just unbelievable. So I'm okay with striking it.
I just wanted to add one more thing. I don't think that striking it also changes any transparency, because I have fully believed that Jane will bring forward all contracts, bills, whatever that she may need to sign in the meantime in front of us at a board meeting.
I implicitly trust that she would do whatever she needs.
Especially like bringing up paving and stuff. We just need to get that done for the residents. I don't want to put any barrier in between getting our roads spruced up right now, because some of them are pretty bad. So that's my take on it.
I think my initial thought was I didn't even think about those contracts when we were talking about this the other day, whenever we may have discussed. Well, we've talked about, I don't know when these things come up. Do you know what I mean? So I appreciate bringing it forward.
Karen?
I also want to note for the record, this is a departure for how we treated our last acting town manager. We abided by the charter at that point. And so I think it's important that we adhere to our policies, protocol. We pay attention to the charter. We don't take it lightly, and that's where I'm coming from. And I will also note that these other project committees are meeting once a month, so we're already meeting twice as much as they are. So, thanks.
Any other comments? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to remind the board that this would require a 4/5 vote.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So my thoughts on this, as I had just given, and as Carlo pointed out, that we were lucky that a vote got caught in between something where the agenda could still be modified. That item could still be added, and it is what it is. I do want to reference, though, because I started thinking about an email that we had received yesterday, and I just want to read one section on it that gives me pause in this entire discussion that even Ivrea might not be aware with right now. But Ivrea had given me a document for the board to end up signing, and only the board members were mentioned on Ivrea's memo that she said regarding this situation. There is no information in the packet pertaining to the discussion that we had right now. Yet we received an email yesterday that says, on a related note, assuming Reading has an acting town manager while the search is conducted, I do not believe it is wise to provide the acting town manager carte blanche to sign contracts on behalf of the town. So to that person that sent that email, I would like to know how they knew that we would be discussing this here tonight, because it wasn't in the packet, and I'm the one with the memo, and it wasn't me. So one of the 5 of us leaked executive session to the individual that sent this email, and now it has compromised this entire discussion. So I'd like to know how somebody knew that when I'm the one with the document. Which one of us leaked Ivrea's memo that she gave to us? Because it wasn't me.
Well, I can attest it wasn't me because I had no idea what we were talking about today. So I'm reading this for the first time, like, what?
No, Ivrea sent us some clarification on what would be discussed with open meeting law and how we can't go over executive session stuff. But somehow someone knew specifically what was being discussed on here, a change that not only, if you read the way the agenda was signed up, you would not even think that that would even be discussed right now, because it was already being approved for Jane to approve some other separate contract. So I'd like to know how somebody knew that we would be approving a provision in Jane's contract. Which one of us leaked it? Karen.
I want to know why the agenda item doesn't have any of the things I asked for, and why the agenda item has an item we already discussed in executive session.
Is that your answer? That you are the one that leaked it, Karen?
No, I didn't leak.
Are you sure that you didn't? Because it wasn't me.
No.
And it seems like you're deflecting off to other items on the agenda.
No.
So
no, I'm talking about this agenda item. Why are we doing this agenda item? We discussed this in executive session.
Because we had an incident happen where Jane could not sign a contract. Right after we approved a provision in her existing in the contract that we signed on screen, saying that all of these things would happen with the cap on how much you could sign, and we received an email specifically stating about carte blanche to be able to sign contracts. There's only one way that happens, Karen.
So wait, the agenda, I'm sorry, we're getting confused. I was asking you about this agenda item. The agenda was published on Thursday. Just wondering why.
Yes.
Why we had to have a very similar agenda item twice.
It's because I cannot get into what we said in executive session, but we are voting on whether or not we are striking that now. And an individual from the public knew.
So are you going to answer my question?
What's the question?
The question is, why are we having a virtually identical agenda item that we already discussed in an executive session? The acting town manager's contract.
Because, as I explained to you, we cannot get into what we had said before, how we feel currently in this position. Do we want something changed? That is why it's on the agenda.
Can I ask a point of clarification?
Yes.
Do you have a signed contract?
Do I have it?
Yeah.
I have it on email.
Okay. Did you sign it? Did it become effective?
Yes.
Okay. When did it become effective?
The day I signed it, which was the day after your meeting.
Okay. Okay. Good. Glad you're all set. Thank you.
So I'm guessing nobody wants to reveal how this information got leaked. Is that the case? Because I find it extremely curious why this happened. Okay, well, just so happens that the last time town manager stuff was discussed, it was also leaked who dropped out of the town manager search by the same individual. I just find that very curious how this happens and LTE gets
make an accusation.
I absolutely
Are you
am.
talking about select board members that aren't even here?
Oh no, that are here. That are currently here, Karen.
God,
Yeah.
we're off topic.
We are not off topic.
We are.
So I'll take it that nobody leaked this. It's just a coincidence.
Well, you asked us, and nobody.
So did you answer? Did you leak
I
this?
did not leak a confidential memo from town council.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it's just a coincidence.
For the record, I did not like this.
Thank you, Carla. And neither did Melissa. So it's like Seinfeld says, it's just a coincidence. Small coincidence or big coincidence. It's a coincidence. So do you have a motion, Karen, on the amendment?
Well, there's two here.
Pick one.
Pick one.
Then we'll vote on it.
No, I'm sorry. I'm in the wrong place. Okay. Move to authorize the acting town manager to execute. No, that's the wrong one. Okay. Move to amend the acting town manager contract with Jane Wellman dated March 3rd, 2026 to authorize her to execute and approve all contracts that the town manager would be authorized to execute and approve under the charter, and to authorize blank to execute such an amendment with the acting town manager on behalf of the board, provided such amendment is consistent with the motion and approved as to form by town council. Is that what I'm supposed to be reading?
I think so.
Is that correct? It's just to assign a select board member to.
It's approve and execute contracts provided that the town manager would be authorized to execute such contract under the terms of Reading's town charter.
Wait, that doesn't make sense.
Can you explain this to me again?
I can explain. Yeah, so there were two motions suggested. So one motion would authorize the town manager to execute contracts and all contracts that are permitted to be executed by the town manager under the charter, and to authorize one member of the select board to sign an amendment to the acting town manager contract, provided the amendment is consistent with your desire to amend the contract and is approved as to form by town council. I have drafted that amendment already. I could put it on the screen and you could take a more simplified motion to just move to approve the amendment as shown on the screen. If you would like, I can share that document.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. I agree.
Okay. Maddie, I'm also not able to share my video, which is not a huge deal, but I don't know if that affects my ability to share a document.
Oh, let me fix that for you real quick. And I just made you a co-host, so you should be able to share your screen.
Right. Okay. Are you guys seeing it? Is it being shown?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That's better.
And again, this requires 4/5, so I have the 4/5 component.
So do we just need a motion to say as amended on the screen?
Could we just restate this again for me for clarity? We're trying to amend her contract to say that she can sign anything without having to come here. And right now it is that she has to come to us if it's 500 grand or more. Correct? Okay. I just want to make sure it's late.
That's right.
And it takes 4/5 for the approval in this agreement to take effect.
Right.
And it's the belief that this is a hindrance to her doing her job effectively for some things that come in front of her.
That's my
before
opinion.
we meet.
That's what I believe as well.
And most likely it will be delayed even longer because we have town meeting coming up and we have meet less as a result of town meeting. Okay.
Karen.
I would understand your concern. We have met briefly before a town meeting and done things before in my past 6 years on the board. Like,
oh, we've met plenty of times.
Yeah.
I understand.
so I don't, So I just want to reassure you, the fact that town meeting is coming, if we have an emergency, if we had any emergency, we can meet. Like, and
We
we
did last year.
just deal with it. Yeah. I don't even remember. Okay.
We did.
I just know that we've been criticized for having sporadic meetings. So try to keep things on schedule would be great.
So do we have a meeting next week too?
That hasn't been discussed yet.
Okay. Maybe we should discuss our agendas like for the next 6 weeks tonight instead of being surprised.
All right. These are unusual times.
I'm supposed to make a motion, aren't I?
Yes.
I think you can say a motion, I think she said simplifies, like amended as on the screen, correct?
I think you could move to approve the amendment to the acting town manager's contract as shown on the screen.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Melissa. Any discussion?
So can we make sure this is not in the packet, correct?
Correct.
Okay, let's make sure this gets in the packet because we're discussing it
For the minutes.
and like the packet.
Yes, it could not be, according to Ivria's memo that she sent to us, because of open meeting law concerns.
In advance. Gotcha. Thank
Correct. Seconded by Melissa. Any other discussion? Seeing none. Not a roll call. So all those in favor?
Chris, it should be roll call because
Yeah, that's
sorry.
all right, so roll call vote. Karen Rose Gillis.
Yes.
Karen Herrick. Melissa Murphy.
Yes.
Carlo Bacci.
Yes.
And Chris Haley, yes. So I have the printed out contract amendment to sign Ivria. So I'll get that circulated and then Jane can sign it and it's effective tomorrow?
It's effective immediately as soon as she signs it.
Okie dokie. Moving.
Can I interrupt real quick? And I don't know how much it matters, but on that shared document, I think Melissa's name was misspelled. Her first name.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't know if it matters, but I just thought I would say something.
Melissa, you can just cross out the extra S. I apologize.
So Ivria, compared to, nothing was modified, right? So Melissa can cross out the extra S on the one that I have printed.
Yeah, nothing was changed.
And then that'll get added into the minutes, Maddie. Jane, is your contract online? This can get added here too, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, this would be a public document.
All righty, so moving on, 9:55, really town manager search process, discussion and potential votes regarding the town manager search and hiring process, including an update on the conversation with Jane Wellman regarding interest in the position of town manager in the process with all that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just wanted to ask council if I should recuse myself from this part of the meeting.
Ivria, what do you think?
Yes, Jane, you should step out. Thank you.
Catch up on some email.
Thank you, Jane. Yep. So I will start off, as the board authorized me last time, to just discuss with Jane, get a temperature of what she would like to do, and not burying the lead. Jane would like to seek the full town manager position. Ivria and I had also discuss separately on maybe a process that we could do where it's a quasi public and not publicly involved. There's a public session where potentially we would have Jane come in at another meeting, how it's been done in the past, for an hour's worth of questions that the board may or may not have. Residents can feel free to send some stuff potentially in advance, but other than that, we're not restricted to asking anything that anybody would want. So it's more of an open thing so people can get to know Jane better. We've seen her here for 10 years, but just kind of get a feel for the process that she interviewed like somebody else would have. So that is kind of the consensus with that. It depends on what the full board thinks in this scenario, but she's very, very much wanting to move ahead.
So I'm glad you had the conversation. I wrote down a bunch of notes since I've never been through this before. And I've had some comments from people where they want us to do a search and they don't want us to pull from internally. I'm looking at it from a couple different points of view. One is I'd really like to save the town some money. But I also appreciate the comments of some people don't even know what she does, or some people didn't know what Matt does. Some people don't know what we do. So I think some of the things I wrote down was having a forum for residents to meet Jane, even if it's for the first time, which is basically what you're saying, having her have a meeting. I think it's an important conversation to have with her on how she sees the town moving forward under her leadership and how it may differ from what we may have assumed we think our town is moving forward. I do prefer that we not compare this search process with the others, because I think each search is different and each person and candidate is different. I think if we do some due diligence in the beginning and we still want to do a search later, we always have that option because we have 180 days, which is, it's not a long time, but it's a long enough time that we should be able to, after a month or so, get a feeling for what's going on. I also I also think that it would be a nice opportunity to talk to staff about what they see and what direction they'd like to see the town go in, what kind of ideas they may have that we don't think of. Sometimes it's hard to come up with different ideas of what direction we should go or what we should pursue. I had another thing that was really good, and now I can't find it. Create a list of expectations. I think expectations is huge. Can be very deceiving. We may have an expectation in our mind that we haven't vocalized correctly, and she may have expectations on her side that may not match ours at all. And I think it would be really good to have them all laid out at the beginning so that we all know where we're sitting. I'm confident she can do the job, but I think I think the town needs to re-meet her and get to know her in a different capacity. So those are just some of my comments.
Melissa.
I echo a lot of what Karen said, and I think I agree with a lot of you said. Expectations need to be laid out from the beginning, goals, all of those things, and make sure that we all align on that. And I think that if I'm understanding correctly, what Chris or Ivrea has suggested is that we would have the opportunity to do that with her and talk to her in a meeting setting, so it's in public, to make sure we do align on those things. And so I support Jane wholeheartedly. I think she would be a fantastic town manager for many reasons that I laid out at the last meeting. I actually have talked to several town staff over the last, week or so, and they also support Jane, which I think is great, because I think right now we need stability. We need someone that knows the ins and outs of Reading right now with our building projects, and I think that she could be, she will do a fantastic job with that. And I think that going the process that Ivrea or Chris mentioned would be a great way for us to ask her questions and to allow residents to hear that that feedback and, like you said, get to know Jane in a different capacity. Thanks.
Carlo?
So yeah, I fully support Jane. She's been, if I'm not mistaken, 95% of our meetings, and you know, many other meetings as part of her job. But she's been here since she's been assistant. Maybe she missed one or two at best. But I fully support Jane. She's thoroughly capable. She's well-rounded. She's been in our seat. She's been in the school committee seat, town moderator seat, assistant town manager. Her communication skills are excellent. Organization skills are excellent. And I just think at this time she would be a great person for this position.
Karen?
Thank you. I think Ms. Wellman has done a fantastic job as assistant town manager, and I appreciate all of the hard work she's putting in as the acting town manager. I've been on the board for 6 years, and I did my homework when I was chair, and we had to do a town manager search. And even so, this community has always done an external search, even when in the case of town manager Barbara LaSure, was sort of expected to be heir apparent and was in fact, I was on the finance committee at that time. In fact, Peter Heckman-Lecker, the first town manager, did a pretty good job of making sure that Bob was visible, that he knew people, that he was given responsibilities, and nevertheless, the select board, for such an important position for our community, although they ended up deciding that Bob LaSure was the right candidate at that time, they still conducted an external search. And there's nothing wrong with getting some input from staff on all of the candidates and community members. And that's the way we've done it 4 times in a row. I am absolutely opposed to rushing this decision with an election coming up in 3 weeks and rushing this. And I feel that that is where this board is headed. And I'm very concerned about that. So I am not in support of just directly nominating a very successful assistant town manager. I am concerned about how our last town manager was treated. And I'm referring to reviews 2 years in a row. And I'm not in the habit of saying wonderful things about people's jobs and then chewing them up and spitting them out. I think that's an incredibly unprofessional way to be. And sorry, I may be speaking out of term. Forgive me. I'm not happy with the way our last town manager went. And it is important that we have stability in this town. So I appreciate that. Again, I appreciate Jane's connections, all her hard work, her familiarity with all the projects she's working on. And I would not like to lose her, but I cannot condone a process where it's easier for the select board and less work to just appoint a candidate in front of us, because I can't help but thinking what comes after that. Jane's done a great job of building a staff who has specific roles. To my knowledge, none of them have ever been an assistant town manager. By the charter, we cannot ask our town manager to hire a strong counterpart to help them. Because right now, we need 2. We need a town manager and we need an assistant town manager. And they both need to be doers and they need to be active, because there is too much going on for one person to know. We are seeing cracks in the Elder Services Department. We are seeing cracks in the Conservation Commission with the Matera cabin being closed. This is a really busy world we all live in, and we're seeing the cracks already. And if we rush this decision, it's going to get worse. And we have two building projects, 130 million, 27 million for the recal, and another $1.5 million for pickleball. And we've asked our town manager to ask for a refund from MWRA, and we have to prepare a budget, and we have to consider an override. And we're talking about that every single finance committee meeting. I I would not want to put anyone in that position without doing the due diligence to make sure that we have the right people on staff. And consistency I value as well. So if Jane would be willing to apply for the position, that would be great. And if she would also be willing to consider staying on as an assistant town manager, should the board decide to go in another direction, I would be fully supportive of that. She has been a fantastic assistant town manager. I appreciate all of her hard work, and I appreciate the team she's put together. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. For me, obviously, I had my discussion with Jane. Things went as well as one would assume. I've spoken to members of the public. I've spoken to multiple people at Virginia's Cafe waiting for my food, on town staff, on their thoughts on things. So I see things somewhat the same as you, Karen. You cited that there's cracks in the foundation that we have, Gillum recal override. And to that, I would say, who knows more about that stuff than Jane Wellman? Who? Some Tewksbury, North Andover, Billerica, Everett, Lowell? No. Vermont? No. None of them. Jane Wellman. So I don't see what the role of an assistant town manager is. If you are not cut out to be the town manager, then why are you the assistant? You have to step in when things happen, or who knows, things are amicable, they're not, whatever the scenario is. You have to be able to step up and step into that role. And Jane Wellman is able to step up and step into that role as if nothing happened. That's it. Who she hires for the assistant town manager is completely up to her. Perhaps we can provide some feedback. If we provide an hour listening session with Jane, we can prompt her some questions in advance, what she's thinking, internal, external, get her pulse. Does she need a yin and yang scenario? However she feels. But I think all the reasons that you cited, Karen, we cannot go a different direction with somebody else who doesn't know any of that. Imagine trying to get someone up to speed on all this stuff. Current people don't even know the speed of this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I'm at. I just think that if you have someone who's competent and qualified and can do the job, and it's outlined last night at the Pleasant Street Center, Jane ran the room. That's one of the comments that I got after the meeting. Like, this is somebody that can run the town because she ran the room last night. That's just one example. That's how I feel on this. I think that, the past is the past. People want to use my own words against me. Fantastic. You will never get me to say a bad word about people on town staff, town managers, assistants, any one of these scenarios. It's never happening. So I wrote my review the way that I did. I stand on the merits that are in there, and I stand behind previous votes that were done. Just like tonight, that I believe in my opinion, that Jane Wellman should move forward. But I'm just one. Carly.
I just want to add that, since, Karen and I are the longest serving by 1 year, but seeing Bob in action, seeing Fidel in action, seeing Matt in action, seeing Jane in action, seeing Matt in action as the assistant. I never witnessed Bob as the assistant. Peter I knew of, but had very few interactions with him because we owned a business down the street. But given all that history, I just think that even though what we've done in the past is what we've done in the past, it doesn't mean we have to do it. That's what we've done in the past. So given all my experience with 3 town managers and one resigning just at a meeting, no one saw her coming. And after what we've been through on this board, all the division, all the fighting, I think Jane 1,000% is the right person for this job. And yes, we go through the search process and let her interview, get other candidates. We've been through this process several times. I don't see anyone more capable right now. I really don't. They may exist, but I think we're doing the right thing, or I'll feel comfortable doing this. So I just want to give that perspective. Thanks.
Karen.
So we don't really have a time frame other than the 180 days. So it's not like we have to do this in a week or two. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like there's plenty of time in order to have a really thoughtful engagement with the public as far as their meeting her, seeing her, having forums or whatever, or I'm not going to say a meet and greet, but some kind of a casual way for people to actually talk to her as opposed to in the boardroom here, on a different level to find out who she is and what she sees as far as a direction. I mean, I feel like 1 hour with her, 2 hours isn't enough to meet what I think the residents need as far as participating in this kind of a search without dragging it out 2 months and months and months. But I don't feel like we're in a rush. We're in a really good place right now. I think she's got a really good, yes, sir.
Sorry, Carla. If she wasn't visible, I would 100% agree with you. If she was in a back room,
I completely agree with you.
In the basement, but she's been so visible at so many meetings other than ours. And last night is one example of how. Last night is just one example how she takes that mic and it's effortless. Effortless. Yep. I can't do that.
No question.
So again, she's not in the basement hiding.
You're right. She's been incredibly out there.
I would agree with you 100% if that was the case, but that's not the case.
But there's still a part of the town that doesn't see her as often as we
most of the town doesn't care or doesn't know who the town manager is.
The opportunity.
Correct. But I'm saying, you're saying a lot of the town. Most of the town doesn't care. Most of the town doesn't know who we are. It's just a fact.
Still need to try and reach them.
Right. I agree. But if Jane was someone else, I wouldn't be supporting that someone else. But Jane is a rock star, plain and simple, and we all know it.
Okay.
So we're trying to deflect a little bit and say, this and that. But
Melissa.
I have not been part of the prior town manager searches, but I watched and, observed from the outside. I actually think the residents of this town can easily get to know Jane if they haven't already by attending most meetings than any candidate we can bring in here.
I agree.
Because the residents don't ask questions of the candidates in any of those forums. I believe they can send questions in, but there's no interaction with residents and any candidate you bring in.
Okay.
Correct.
Yes, they can. I believe they can send questions in, is what I've seen in the
nothing
past.
has been required.
But there's never a dialogue with any candidate and the residents in those interview sessions.
Could we do that this time?
I actually thought that Ivrea said no.
Okay.
I think it was recommended that we not Ivrea. Am I misremembering this? It's not recommended to allow.
Yeah, I mean, there are ways to set up like meet and greets. I'm aware that some communities have done them. I know Community Paradigm has done them in the past. I don't know Reading's history. I don't know if Bernie set them up. It sounds like he didn't. But from a legal standpoint, I think we could craft a night like that if that's of interest to the select board. We can look into that. It's up to the board how they want the process to go. I do think if you are going to interview her, you could request that members of the public send questions and you can ask those questions of Jane. That's definitely one opportunity that you could present to members of the public.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any need for us to set up a meet and greet. Jane is very visible throughout the town, and very welcoming to residents and corresponds with residents and talks to residents on the regular. So I think if there was any resident that had questions or concerns, they could easily reach out to her at any time, email, phone call, or attend a meeting on, a topic or a board or committee meeting. She's at a lot of them.
Oh yeah, sure.
So I don't think that's necessary, but I just wanted to point out that I think that, if we went the avenue of an interview process, residents would not get anywhere close to the dynamic that Jane can provide, because that's just not how the process works.
Any other discussion, Karen?
But how would you know that? We have, Carlo and I have been through 2 town manager searches, and we have met finalists, 4 or 5 finalists each time. They were great and they were qualified. Are you really? Some of the residents have said to me, you know, if we have an in-house candidate go through this process against the best that want to come here, and this is a 200,000 a year position currently, 200,000 plus. If we do that due diligence as a select board, and the internal candidate still shines the brightest, then we have done our diligence and we have done our jobs as select board members. And so I think it's very dangerous to say nobody can do what this internal candidate can do without having even looked at what external candidates are out there.
Melissa.
I would just say that I understand your point, but no external candidate can have the knowledge Jane has of Reading. She's worked here for 10 years and has been intimately involved with these building projects. So I disagree that an external candidate could have the Reading knowledge that Jane has and the experience to do the job.
Any other questions, comments? I've already said it. It's to say it like I've looked at the candidate pool. That's not reflective of will we receive the exact same candidates for this. I understand that. But the candidate pool currently that was out there, like I said at the prior meeting, maybe the guy who used to be in here of Reading, maybe kind of thing caught my eye. But I'm not going to just sit here and disparage other people that may want to imply who knows scenario. But like the biggest thing is Vermont. Like I mentioned last time, it's Vermont. We got someone from California last time that made it to the end. This is relevant. That's what happened here. That's what happened in Winchester or Burlington, whatever. Burlington hired from within, so it must be Winchester. So why go through the motions? And we have to keep it open and honest, because people hearing our conversations right now, why are they going to apply? That like, oh, these 3 people already made their mind up, and maybe 4 or 5. So I don't want to lose Jane at all. I'm not saying she's leaving, but like Carlo had mentioned, it's crystal clear. Jane can do the position as well as anybody else in this town. Period. End of sentence with that. Like, I don't know how you can't say otherwise and just be like, oh, we got to spend the $15,000, or we have to go through the motions and time, effort, and energy, and Ivrea getting involved and all this, the balloons, the money, and like, why end it at the same thing at the end when we have someone that's perfectly capable of doing this right here? Like, she's been there the whole time. So.
Do we have a motion? How's this gonna?
No, then.
So we're gonna motion for this?
Well, I was going to take public comment real quick on that and then move on. So anyone on town manager contract scenario? Angela. Tony, I guess. People make decisions for me.
Tony DeRosa, 130 John Street. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I've been involved in major hirings, what has happened is there was always and I will call it a shadow recruitment to get at least the initial pool of candidates. And from there, you can make a determination on where you stand with potential, whether you find somebody who is better than Jane, or nobody matches up. It's usually done quietly for business. It's done after hours. They have meetings with the CEO, etc. But I'd also like to comment on your prior comments, if I may. You said that you were concerned about somebody leaking information, yet
This is your off topic, Tony.
Okay. All right. And we'll bring it up at the beginning of the next meeting. Thank you.
Angela.
Angela Bend, Orchard Park Drive. You stopped Tony because you're off topic. You didn't ask for public comment before.
What?
Is that you didn't ask for public comment? You didn't ask for it at the last agenda item. You didn't ask for it at the last agenda item.
I don't recall that happening, but I've been asking for public comment like 15 times tonight. So if you want to use this as part of your time, we're on the town manager discussion right now for the search process.
So you didn't ask for public comment, which is your policy. Can I talk on the previous item?
We are discussing the votes in the search process on this. We're not discussing what was said in executive session that is not being repeated.
So
it's as simple as that.
So when will you allow public comment for that at the end of before the meeting closes? Because you did not ask.
I'm not sure what you're referencing. I believe I've asked for public comment on every single item.
You didn't. You didn't.
We are currently discussing. We are not having a back and forth. We are discussing the search process. As Karen is going to mention in moments, that the clock is going to strike past the time that we bring up pertinent things. This is what we are discussing.
Okay, so what I'm asking now is, will you allow public comment on this topic because you did not ask for it at the last moment, as is your policy?
I am taking public comment on the discussion and potential vote on the search and hiring process.
So you are denying public comment.
I am not denying public comment. You have 14 seconds left in your public comment.
Everything that you mentioned was in the packet. There was no leak. I read it. It's page 5 of the packet and the agenda item. $500.
Thank you, Angela.
Charter.
Thank you,
Everything
Angela.
is in there.
Thank you, Angela. Anybody else for public comment in the room? Anybody online, Maddie?
Nobody online.
And as I had mentioned, executive session stuff that was brought up is not being said. So you can accuse me of saying something was in there. You're not privy to what happened. That's in there. Sorry. Do you have a motion, Karen Rose-Gillis? We'll go in order, I guess, in the order that you have it listed. Yes, and see how it goes.
If the board wishes to interview Jane, move to schedule an interview with Jane Wellman for the position of town manager at a time convenient for at least a majority of the select board and Ms. Wellman.
I don't think you're picking a date. We'll just see if this passes, and then you can have a doodle poll or something like that, whatever's convenient.
Am I going through all the motion?
No, just the first one. And if that passes, then we'll move on to the next surgery.
Point of order. Could we put the motions up on the screen, please? I'm having a hard time with
Maddie,
this. Thank you.
Yep, I'll pull them up right now. One second.
I guess, was anyone on Zoom, Maddie, for public comment? I didn't see anybody, but just tell me. Okay.
No, nobody had their hand raised on Zoom.
Thank you. So it's the first item on the list, Karen.
That's what I read.
Yeah. I don't think you're deciding a date, but we can set something out after this if it passes.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
If we decide to interview her, we can still move to either create a subcommittee or anything like that afterwards. Or
I think we're not relinquishing any control.
Proposing that. No, you definitely could pivot after interviewing her. I do think a decision should be made fairly quickly because it does take a little bit of time to procure the consultant. If you're going to use a consultant, put out the bid documents, put out the request, and then get the responses back. So we do want to give ourselves, 3 months, really 2 to 3 months, I'd say at a minimum, to go through that process.
Thank you. Do you want to read this again?
Yes.
Move to schedule an interview with Jane Wellman for the position of town manager at a time convenient for at least a majority of the select board and Ms. Wellman.
Second.
Seconded by Melissa. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? 4-1. I think that may or may not be it area for you. Hold on, let me double check.
Yes, so I think the next step would be for Chris to reach out to Jane and to schedule a meeting at which Jane can come in. And if the board would like, you can solicit input from members of the public as to what questions they think may be appropriate to ask during that interview.
Okay, so we can set it like I would mention a majority of the board will send out a doodle poll, see what people can meet, that kind of stuff. Okay. I think that's it, Area, for you on liaison reports.
Yeah, that's fine for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, do we want to get Jane back, I guess? Yeah, if you want to. Thank you. Liaison. Welcome back, Jane.
40 emails. That's fantastic.
Perfect.
All right, we're going opposite. I'm going first.
Carlo, go first on liaison reports. Sorry, Karen, we're breaking precedent.
Shaking it up.
So, yes. It was a few weeks ago, and I don't know if a majority of us were there for the Eagle Scout of Honor, which was my first one, and it was amazing. It was 7 young people carrying the eagle, and it was incredible. So the Old South Church, and highly recommend it, and I'll address that on future agendas. We had a CPA meeting last week. We went over the presentation to us and how that went, and kind of looked at our town meeting warrant article again, make sure that was spelled out correctly and all that stuff. So that was a good meeting, and I don't think we scheduled another one. All of us at Virginia's this past Saturday, that was amazing. I discussed that, looked to them. I think all of us again were at REC and COA last night. A presentation on the operational budget for the Recal building. That was very informative. A lot of good questions were had by Recreation Committee, Council on Aging, and a few of us had some questions. And then from last night, I attended CPDC right thereafter, and they were discussing Eastern Gateway, and that was the first time I saw like the master vision of that whole property, which is incredible to me, impossible to attain, but it was incredible to see what can be done over there. I wish it was one landowner over there because, man, it was impressive. And so CPDC kind of dived into that, gave their comments, and just how hard it's going to be. But right now, the goal is to create the zoning to allow that to happen. So Andrew and staff have been doing a great job. And so that's what's going to happen there. And it could be a massive project, in the grand scheme of things. And I think that's it. Thanks.
Conservation met a couple of weeks ago, but really, Jane mentioned it earlier that we are going to use some funding from PBC to do the GNAT report to, find out what the requirements are to bring material cabin up to code. I know there's been some discussion about conservation receiving a budget line item that's increased from what they're currently get, which I completely support, but we just need to properly plan and, take the right avenues to get that approved, which I think would have to go to town meeting for approval. I was at the joint recal COA meeting last night, which I want to thank town staff for that presentation. It was great to see that operating budget and to understand what it's going to look like. I think it was a opportunity for COA and recreation members to get some clarity on details of the building's functionality. And one huge takeaway for me that I didn't realize is that the recreation department will be hiring a therapeutic coordinator, which would be amazing for some of those adaptive funds. Because that's something Reading doesn't currently have, and I know residents here that benefit from those programs have to go out of town to do those. I want to give a shout out to the Reading Fire Department. I know Chief Nelson was here earlier, but that new technology that they have on our 5 couple ambulances and a fire truck is just a game changer for the town of Reading, and I think it's really incredible that we were able to get it and plan accordingly into capital budget to get that. So I'm really impressed. I wanted to take a moment to congratulate Albert Pless on his recognition at the Mass State House's Black Excellence on the Hill event on February 27th. I want to apologize to him because I was jumping on the Zoom and they never opened the Zoom up, so I never was able to get in. But I just wanted to congratulate him on that. That was he was nominated by our state reps, Rich Haggerty and Brad Jones. I was also able to stop by Virginia Cafe this Saturday, and I wish them all the best. It looks absolutely fabulous in there, and my coffee and breakfast sandwich were amazing. So I encourage others to stop by.
Thanks, Melissa. Karen Herrick.
Sure, let me go backwards. Virginia's is excited, but I didn't get to actually eat any product yet because the lines were so long and I feared there'd be a riot. So I look forward to that. And I appreciate all the staff showing up as well, including you too, Jane. I was able to attend the Black Excellence Awards on Beacon Hill, as was Jane, and the town did a nice press release, and it is really exciting to see Albert and our Office of Equity and Social Justice being recognized for the excellent work they've been doing, as well as the many other participants and contributors from across the state. It was just amazing, and Rep Haggerty was there as well. So that was wonderful. I had office hours at the Pleasant Street Center this week, and I also met with Senator Lewis over at the Pleasant Street Center. Senator Lewis's office and one of his assistants were there. He was unaware of our desire to procure a refund from the MWRA from the excessive joining fee that we were forced to pay. And when it comes to matters of, equity, especially coming from a government organization, he is very much interested in coming up to speed. And so today, Jane had Chris Coleman forward to his office a memo that I believe was already provided to was that a memo that was done prior for the MWRA? It was just forwarded to his office? Yes.
That's correct. Yep, it was the letter that was sent in.
Okay. And the only other thing that I would love the select board to have as well, and for the public to understand, is I don't have a document that talks about, how many MWRA members are there, how many members paid what, and show where we rank, and if I need to do a PRR request to get that, I will. I don't know if we have it.
We have it.
Have it? Okay, that would be great. That was the other question that Senator Lewis had for us. But so that's good. Okay, Permanent Building Committee. They did add in solar panels as an option, and they will be accompanied by a $60K rebate from RMLD, and we will have net metering. So then that feeds into the budget that was presented last night, potential budget for the new recal building, but we'll have to work on those numbers and
it's good to be conservative, but we want to reflect, opportunities. We have great rates here in Reading for electric, but one of the commissioners shared that we all too need to expect about a 3% increase every year, which makes it easier and a much quicker payback for anybody considering solar panels. The Council on Aging also attended the Permanent Building Committee. They are strongly requesting that the room divider be added back into the plan. It has been on the requested list of items since the early days of the project. They were joined by at least one of the Permanent Building Committee members. And I believe they asked, I had to leave because I had to go to the Finance Committee meeting. So what I understand from one of the Council on Aging members who spoke was that the Permanent Building Committee kind of punted it to town manager's office. And I'm not sure why that is, but this is a really important request for the seniors. There was a lot of great discussion about small rooms being critical for things like shine meetings and other services provided by the senior center in a new recal. The second item that has come up a number of times and was commented on was the kitchen design. And you heard a member of public comment talk about this accessibility report, and there's a lot coming at us, so I'm not pointing fingers. But I'm really excited that we got our Disabilities Commission off the ground today, because we haven't seen that accessibility report. The Permanent Building Committee, our architect, nobody's dived into it. And what that leads into is, do we have the correct kitchen designed for our goals of renting that facility to help generate revenue to pay for the operating costs? That's a question that could be discussed at a Permanent Building Committee meeting or a joint COA Permanent Building Committee meeting. The Permanent Building Committee, they're doing a great job. I'm so excited the bids are coming in lower. This is great. I'm looking for good news from Killam as well. Can't wait to get that. But what I'm not seeing in the Permanent Building Committee is the voices of the residents. Chiefly, the Council on Aging represent the 60 plus and representing people who are in that senior center every week. And so I think we need to do a better job of getting them re-engaged with the Permanent Building Committee, which is staffed by building professionals. So again, I'm not casting shade or anything, but I saw the way it worked in Killam at the beginning, and the teachers and the school department was intimately involved. And I think in some respects, the school's easier to design. It's a formula, you know what you have to have. But this, where it is and I believe somebody mentioned it at the meeting, this is a building we've created specifically custom to our needs. And we need to make sure that we bring the 60 plus community back in. And last night I also attended, I believe the whole select board was at the joint COA rec committee meeting, and that was a great civil meeting, covered a lot of topics. There were a lot of questions on the budget going forward that I alluded to, so I'm sure we'll be able to talk more about that. Today, I won't get into it tonight because it's late, but today I attended my first MMA Energy and Environmental Policy Committee, which was a joint meeting with Public Works and Utilities, and I also got a fiscal policy update. So quickly, the good news is that it looks like we're going to finish out the state budget in relatively good shape without a massive shortfall. And I will just update the board additionally on that meeting on what's coming forward at our next meeting.
Thanks, Karen. Karen Rose Gillis.
All right. Since our last get together when we had liaison reports, fast interviews, did those. I'm going to try and scroll. Yep. I don't know. They were great. The volunteers are so excited to have them join the communities and get involved. The 25th, I attended the Finance Committee meeting to watch the school department and their proposed budget. Eagle Court of Honor, which brought back a lot of memories for me and my son who's an Eagle Scout. I actually started to cry, if I had to admit it. Congratulations to the 7 Scouts, who achieved the rank of Eagle: Caleb McGonigal, Jack Goodfellow, Thomas Cockrell, Evan Audley, Marcus Villaroyal, Zachary Lazat, and Abigail Nelson. She is the first female Eagle from
I forgot to mention that. Yes, that's
best
great.
wishes and success to all of them. And Town Forest Committee on the 2nd. Arbor Day is planned. Trees have been ordered, 5 different varieties, 500 trees. Event is going to be held on 4/25 from 9 to 3. It's sponsored by the library. You can register online. Please select a time slot so we can manage parking and crowds. It is rain or shine. Bring a shovel, spade, and gloves. They're working on bids for invasive plant management. Invasive polling dates have been scheduled. I think the first one's April 11th, but please don't quote me. Reading's finest Dave Williams will be hosting bird walks on March 28th, May 2nd, June 20th, and August 29th in the Town Forest, presented by the Town Forest and Trails Committees. Pre-registration is required due to the demand. On the 4th, I went to the Finance Committee. I think everybody did too. They presented budgets. Thank you to all the departments for your hard work in developing these budgets. It's a really complicated task. Grand opening of Virginia's on Haven Street. It was awesome. The same day, I attended a community lunch at St. Agnes Parish Center. It was presented by Christ the King Parish and the Reading Food Pantry. It's a really great concept that this woman and a group at the church is starting in town, and I'm really looking forward to getting involved with them. It was a free lunch to anyone that was interested. I'm really excited for this mission. They're going to have their next dinner scheduled for May 27th. Other towns around us do it a lot. Wakefield does it probably 5 times a month, so I'm looking at that as kind of with all the churches in town and sharing responsibilities. So I'm really looking forward to diving in that. Board of Assessors meeting yesterday. They are very gracious to let me attend because I have no idea what they're talking about, and I learn something every time. So Victor and I are going to have coffee, but I learned something. Okay. Council on Aging, I don't need to go over that again. It was a good meeting though. Please note that the Climate Advisory Committee is presenting a composting workshop at the library on March 19th. Speakers from Black Earth Composting will be speaking about how we can reduce our trash costs by composting and some other very exciting programs. Food pantry, the current needs are paper towels, spaghetti sauce with meat, canned mandarin oranges, and instant non-fat dry milk and crackers. Please remember donations can be made on the website, and it's been advertised that they have 14 garden beds at Matera Cabin that you can sponsor if you'd like. I did discover that sponsoring doesn't mean you have to actually work the bed. You just have to donate to the fund that they pay for, but which I think is super easy. So please consider doing that, and that's it.
Thank you, Karen. Yeah, I'll echo everything that the majority of the board has been to. The Eagle Scouts Code of Honor was great seeing that. The 7 new Eagle Scouts was pretty phenomenal. The biggest takeaway from that is the no cop, no stop mantra that I now follow, no offense, but
That was crazy.
I think
It's funny.
Haven Street over there follows that same thing. No cop, no stop. So we'll go with that.
Just go. From a member of RPD, right? Was I connecting the dots correctly? Okay, this is yeah. Okay.
No cop, no stop. So that's my biggest takeaway. Not Abby Nelson being the first female Eagle Scout. They all. Yeah, and I have to visit Colorado as well.
Maybe I need to attend the Citizens Police Academy, and that's where I'll learn all these secrets. I've never done that.
And then Virginia's Cafe, that was phenomenal as well. It's good to see. I was in there again today, and tons of people still in there, which is good to see for them on something so early. So I think it adds a bookend to Lower Haven Street. Now you have everything up at the top, Vat Larry's and Power, those kind of things, Post in the middle, and then, them at the end. And it's just going to drive traffic throughout that area where everyone's going to benefit. So it's good to see them take the leap of faith over there, and I really hope it pays off for them. And then we all went to the Rec Council on Aging meeting last night. Once again, it was good to hear about everyone's concerns, and I feel that a lot of what was said is definitely severely lacking, and I think we have to have more discussions on that going forward. but it's good to see that they had a joint meeting, and it's very rare to get lots of people in rooms together, and the select board, rec, and COA to all be at once. You know, it was a good see that we're all united, at least for this, for the town. So I think that's all I got. I'm probably missing something, but here's what it is. So future agendas, page 104 in the packet. Do we have any future agendas?
Yeah.
On the future, are there any that are there that we don't have to repeat? We start putting stuff in there yet?
I didn't see valet parking. I thought that was going to be coming up for the 24th. So we can add that, please. That's all I have.
Did naming policy discussion get on there anywhere? Okay.
It's on there. Yep.
Yeah, it's the 14th of April.
Okay. I know we all discussed a lot with Burbank, but we need to have an annual operational meeting. Can we get it on the schedule?
So can I just make a comment on that? So I was reading through the lease. It's not stated in there that they need to do that with the select board, like RCTV's is.
I think it is at ours.
I think it only says that they need to produce their financials to the town, but I don't think that they are required.
It states that the town manager and someone from Burbank should meet to discuss.
No, it does not.
It absolutely does.
Okay.
The select board is not.
I'll table that for a moment. I don't have the lease on my new computer. I'll pull it up. We'll send it out. Make sure we all have it. We'll be clear.
It's not mentioned in that
We
section.
have an operational meeting, and we also have the option to audit them, and we have never done that. You might want to talk about that too.
Those may be in there, but the select board having a joint meeting is not. That's not to say that we can't request it, but it is not.
It's a meeting to discuss operations annually, but it's fine. Nobody's remembering it. I'll pull up the list. It's fine. We'll get it.
It's not in there.
Okay.
Tomato, tomato. Move on.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, so for the 24th, you want to add the valet parking too?
If that's
the draft's ready.
Yeah, if something is ready.
Yep.
Last week I requested that we talk about whether we need to have our hardworking RPD officers here babysitting us, because we are talking about an override and it costs money. And so I would really like us to discuss and vote on whether that's really necessary.
I don't think they're babysitting us.
That's a very good point, Melissa. Thank you.
Wow.
Anything else?
Is it going to go on the agenda?
Any other item?
I would support it being on the agenda. I'd love
Thank you.
to have the conversation.
Okay, thanks. So we will need for that, we're going to need to everything extended to date so far. I think we're up to 5 meetings.
Okay.
Don't listen. Sorry, this is.
Anything else? I don't have anything. Carlo brought up the valet. If it's ready, it's ready, just like everything else that goes on the agenda. It's available, it's available.
Motion to adjourn.
No minutes.
No, motion to adjourn.
Second.
Non-debatable.
This is non-debatable.
Correct.
Yep.
Don't do it, Karen.
We don't do what? I didn't debatable.
You do whatever you want. Hold on. No. Let me just clarify here.
No.
There is a set of minutes that has to be approved because they have been waiting.
Well, it's non-debatable.
Unless
somebody wants to withdraw their motion.
It's not okay, Jane.
I'm not withdrawing my
It's,
Okay then.
I'm just putting you all on notice.
The motion is there.
It's been seconded.
All on notice. It's your bet.
All those in favor?
All those in favor. All those opposed. Me and Karen only.
We are adjourned.